Sorry about that. I think my mute button was on. It's a my moment. So again, I want to welcome everybody here. Thank you very much for joining us. It is an exciting opportunity for us to share this first CoLab focused on science communication and bringing subject matter experts in science and research together with creatives, user experience designers, user interaction designers, and experience designers of all types. What we define as a science experience here at Spacetime Labs is an extension of science communication that meets the needs and the desires of the 21st century audience. It is science-related content or products designed with human-centered design thinking principles and user experience or UX strategies to surprise, inform, and inspire consumer audiences to interact. And we'll talk a little bit more about those opportunities for interaction later. But again, just want to tell you a little bit about me. My name is Nick DePalma. I'm the CEO and founder of Spacetime Labs, the creative agency for science. I have worked for 20 some odd years serving clients. Here's just a few of them. I actually had a professional crisis a couple of years ago where, and I'm sure most of you have had this at once in your life or maybe more, where it causes you to reflect and step back and think about how much impact are you having, how much impact do you want to have. And so I went through a series of questions for myself in a deep dive to understand how did I want to take my expertise and talent and bring it to solve problems in an area, an industry, or a group. And so through those series of questions, thinking about who's in my network, who do we all know, who can solve problems with their expertise and their talents. And so in my research, I stumbled upon something very interesting. It was an article written by a friend of mine named Gemma Milne, who is one of the co-founders at Science Disrupt. She had written an article about why isn't science sexier? Or why does technology seem to have the upper hand in consumer markets over science? Obviously, the industries are very different. But she pointed out something that was fascinating to me, and so something interesting. If you go, you can try this now at home or wherever you are at work. If you open up a browser and do a Google image search for the word technology, this is the image you get. It's inspiring, it's exciting, it's wild and full of imagination and possibilities and impossibilities. But if you do an image search for the word science, you get images like this. Now, although it's fun and they make you smile and laugh a little bit, but it doesn't necessarily give you those same images of sexy or exciting or alluring or imagination and creativity. So even though it's not a perfect representation of the public's view of science and technology, if you understand the way Google image actually works and the way it serves those images, but it's an excellent slice of some of the issues that science communication may not be meeting in terms of the needs of the public and the way that the 21st century audience interacts with science-related topics and information. I also met who has become a friend, a woman by the name of Sarah DeWitt. She was the director of communications for the chief scientist at NASA. And she hosted several events, and one of her things at these events was to do live drawing as a speaker was presenting. This particular day, this was a few years ago, she was meeting with Christopher Joyce, who is the science correspondent for National Public Radio. And he was describing what happens when he talks with scientists and other researchers, and before they go on camera, before they go live on the radio at NPR, they are having, a very lighthearted conversation. They're laughing and making jokes or whatever, but as soon as the lights turn on, as soon as the microphone or the camera goes on, they get science face. And she had to kind of explain to me a little more about science face, but then it becomes very serious. And then somehow it seems like the personality turns off and it's just about data, or it's just about the science information. And it doesn't necessarily have the same human connection to the audience that maybe was present before the cameras or the, microphones got turned on. So I want to get started right away, though. Want to make sure that everybody understands that this is a Q&A session. Please feel free to raise your hands or ask a question. There's a Q&A section down here at the bottom. If you're having any technical difficulties, please let me know up in the chat. I see that some people here are just kind of witnessing a minor lag, couple hiccups now and again. So I do apologize. I have some tech experts in the background that'll be working to solve any of those issues if we do have them. But bear with us. And before I introduce our first guest, I would like to show you just a little bit about Seth Shostak, excuse me. He was appearing on Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson on Nat Geo. An excellent little piece and a great introduction into the work that Seth does at the SETI Institute in Mountain View, California. Seth, are you there? I think brought you on as one of our presenters. Stand by for a second. sure that Seth can join in. I think he was having a little bit of technical issues. And I think we've lost Seth. Well, that was quick. It didn't mean to have you leave so quickly there, Seth. Apologies before you even got started. He can see and hear me just fine, but can't seem to bring him on board. So let me see if I can move him into some of our admin. And I see that you have your mic on. Is that true, Seth? If you look up at the very top of your window, you should see. Yes, I got from Ernest Gregg. Yes, it's the aliens blocking the signal. Seth.
Well, they should.
Yeah. Well, why would they want to? They have a good time. You are in Mountain View, California, and it's bright and early right now today. And you are in the Big Picture Science Radio Show broadcasting room. That's exciting.
This is our exquisite studio.
It is.
There are no snack machines here or anything like that, just a bunch of soundproof walls or sound-treated walls and a lot of equipment.
A lot of equipment, absolutely. No, that's great. Full disclosure to everybody, Seth, you and I met on Election Day last year. It was actually Election Day, and I went out to Mountain View and I got to meet a bunch of different people. As I told Seth, these are my heroes in science that I got to meet with, and CEO Bill Diamond. I had a blast out there. I didn't get to meet Dr. Tarter, and I didn't get to meet Dr. Drake, but I got to sit down and hang out with one of my favorite heroes in science, Shostak. So, and I've been a follower for a long time, and I've been watching or listening to Big Picture Science Radio when it was the Are We Alone podcast. What do you remember what year it was that you guys actually made that switch?
I think it was something like 4 or 5 years. I don't remember exactly, Nick. I do remember somewhat endless meetings to decide on a new name. You would think it would be rather simple to say, look, the trouble with Are We Alone is it was rather constricting. It suggested that the topics were always about the search for life beyond Earth, where in fact, 95% of the shows were about other kinds of science. And the problem was that general managers at radio stations figured that we were a niche market show. So we wanted to change that perception. And we came up with lots of alternative titles for the show, including many in the Bosnia-Herzegovinian dialect, Icelandic, stuff like that. But Big Picture Science, that's what it was.
Tell us a little bit about, if you can remember, describe the day before you decided you wanted to be an astronomer.
I don't remember that day, and certainly not the day before. That would be totally forgettable. Look, I don't think I ever decided I wanted to be an astronomer, to be honest. I've had many, many different interests. This is a curse. It may sound appealing, but in fact, it condemns you to a life of being a dilettante.
Right.
So I've been doing that. But I was interested in astronomy, certainly from the age of 8. I remember by age 10, I'd build a telescope and stuff like that. But I think a lot of kids do that. But I was interested in many things, and I've had many different kinds of jobs, to be quite honest. I think that the common denominator in probably all of them, I think I can say that with some surety, is that I was always interested in explaining things to people. I remember sitting in my 7th grade science class and wondering, I remember this very clearly, wondering why Mr. Chapievsky, our science teacher, why couldn't he make this stuff interesting? Because it was interesting.
Wow, yeah. The messenger is an important role in science and in science communication, and it's a difficult one. There's no doubt there are some people who are exceptionally talented and adept and aware and have the energy for it. I mean, look, you are researchers. You have research to do. Do you think we're asking too much of scientists to be so much of the messenger, to be great designers, to be great social media experts and video producers? Is it too much? Do we ask too much from scientists?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. It's the short answer, right?
I mean, that's not the politically correct answer, but I think it is somewhat accurate. Look, being able to present things is just like being able to, I don't know, play baseball. It's kind of a talent. You don't come out of the womb being able to play baseball, but you have certain, talents for that. I don't have them. I a whole bunch of talents I never got from my parents, but one that I did get, I think, and I'm not trying to be immodest. I'm just saying it's like getting brown eyes, is that I could explain things to people in an entertaining fashion. And that's true back to, again, certainly the age of 10. So, that just came with the territory. Now, my boss often trains people here to present to the media because we get a lot of media attention. I mean, what we do at the SETI Institute is the kind of science that Mr. and Mrs. Front Porch find interesting, right?
Right.
So, 5 times a week we get a media request, right? And so they want to have all the scientists be capable of dealing with that and explaining things correctly. But, some are good and some are bad. It's like, you can teach it up to a point, but only up to a point. It's like saying, all right, all of you people have musical talent, and so we're just going to train you how to become first chair at the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra. Well, guess what? Not everybody's going to do it.
Sure.
So, those that like it and those that have a facility at it, those are the ones that should, spend their time doing it. Most of the astronomy faculty at Cornell was probably not very good at explaining science, but they had a guy, Carl Sagan, who was. So,
that guy, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so do you remember the moment or the time or the feeling or, when you decided you wanted to be more than just that astronomer, but you wanted to become more of that messenger. And then what were some of those first steps like? I mean, were you knocking it out of the park right away, or was it a slow start? And how did that change? How did it come back? Or was it always that way?
Yeah, well, I don't remember the first day of that. I don't remember my 21st birthday either.
But that's for totally different reasons, though, Seth.
No, I don't know. No, I just have a faulty memory. But no, we had a show. The kids that lived next to me, where I grew up in Virginia, wanted to have a show in the summer where this girl would dance and this guy would do this and that and the other, and I was the MC. And I was able to do that at age 10 with probably greater facility than I could do it today. So it was just something that I was, fairly good at. I was on TV from age 8. By the time I was in grad school, I was a regular on a television show called The Dating Game. Every 3 months, the producer would call me up and say, you want to do another show. So so in my case, it wasn't a matter of, I'm going to do this. It was never that. Yeah. It was never that. It was like, waking up one morning and say, I'm going to start collecting stamps.
Right.
I just did it. Right.
Yeah.
So but what I do agree with the premise here, that science is often presented in a very uninteresting way. And there's very little that's quite as interesting as science, because the science explains stuff. If you can understand a little bit of science, and you don't need much, you need just the basics, then you understand the world in a way that the people who are not connected to science have no clue about, and there's no reason they couldn't have that clue. So I do agree that science is often presented in a fairly, shall we say, dull manner, as I mentioned earlier. So I do think that there's plenty of room for scientists to understand that the people they're talking to are not interested in the details necessarily of their research. They want to understand what the big idea is. What is it you're trying to do, and why should I pay for it? Because in many cases, they're paying for it.
Right. As a matter of fact, they are. And I think the SETI Institute is a perfect example of the big idea that inspires both researchers and fans and followers to engage with the research, to learn more about it. But it's not just about finding aliens, is it? Can you tell us a little bit about how that big idea maybe just kind of fuels, some of the opportunities to create and produce science communication outside of, that the SETI Institute is either developing, or how they used to be an Explorer magazine. I think at one point, that's still out there. But how do you take the big idea and use the big idea in your communication to inspire people to the real science? I mean, like the Drake equation, those things.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we inspire people. I mean, science literacy has, as far as I can tell, hasn't really changed much in many decades, despite, rather greater attention being paid to it these days. But I think that what we benefit from here is just an accident, actually, is having material that's accessible. The SETI Institute, yes, we do SETI. I mean, I'm part of that team.
Of course.
And, we have big antennas in Northern California, which we use to try and eavesdrop on aliens. And if we found something, I'd be buying a ticket to Stockholm to collect my prize, have lunch with the king, whatever. So that, that's, shall we say, the highest profile effort here. But 97% of the scientists that are down the hall here, 97% of them are doing what's called astrobiology. So they're interested in life in space, but it may be, microbes under the surface of Mars, under the ice of Enceladus or Europa, these moons in the outer solar system. That's what they're interested in, and they are funded by NASA grants, so they're very entrepreneurial. And but all that aside, I'm not here to give you a pitch for the SETI Institute necessarily, but what I'd like to say is that this is subject matter that Mr. and Mrs. Front Porch often find appealing. And that's good, because if you grab the next 10 people off the street, it's probably illegal where I live here. But if you were to do that, and say, hey, what do you think about finding the Higgs boson? It's going to cost $2 billion. I think most of them would say, well, I don't know, that sounds like a lot of money. And you say, don't worry about it, it's European money. But, they'd say, it's a lot of money, but why? What is it? How does this affect me, the car buyer, right?
Right.
That would probably be the reaction, because it's a very subtle thing. It's an important thing. It's a sophisticated thing, but it's, like much of modern science, it's hard to grasp if you're not a specialist. Whereas if you say, we're looking for ET, well, everybody gets that. Or we're looking for pond scum on Mars. Everybody gets that. So we have this, built-in appeal simply due to the subject matter, and that makes the job here obviously considerably easier.
Yeah, well, it is tough for a lot of people to understand, the astrophysics, the astrobiology, and such behind that search. So how do you make those complex subjects more digestible? And you do it incredibly well in big picture science. You make these incredible connections to things that seem otherwise disconnected or disparate in some reasons. But how do you do that? How do you take that data and turn it into a story for, say, big picture science radio?
Well, we do try to do exactly what you said, Nick. We try and turn it into a story. I mean, it used to be that our show was something like Science Friday. I think many of the people tuned in here will know about Science Friday, where that's kind of a news-driven show where there are typically 3 stories, and the host, Ira Flato, will interview, researchers connected with that story, and they'll give their spiel for 5 minutes or whatever it is, and then he'll go to callers. It's a live show. He can go to callers, and then they call in, and the callers then drive the show. Okay, that's one format where it's kind of a news magazine. Okay, so here's an item, and now here's another item, and now here's another item, and the interest in all that derives from the fact that it is news, and secondly, you have callers coming in. And callers are always interesting because, 30% of them will be totally bonkers. And that's great when you have goofy questions and stuff like that. Okay, everybody can sympathize with that. Man, that's even dumber than what I would ask, right? That's okay. But our show is not, it's a produced show. In other words, it's, we put it together and then, the result is a file, not a live broadcast. So you can't take callers. So you have to fill the entire hour with real material. And if you're going to do that, if somebody's going to continue to listen, they're not going to continue to listen if you just have, okay, here's a story. Now, here's another story. Oh, and here's another story, right? You could take the end of the show and put it at the beginning of the show, and the show would be essentially the same show.
Sure. Yeah.
So we do try and tell a story. We try and, present a problem. What is the show really about? And it ought to be something that's at least interesting, if not controversial. And then you go about halfway, 2/3 through the show, and then you sort of try and flip the story a little bit and say, yeah, but, and then come to someplace unexpected, just to keep people listening.
And then again, in the case of big picture science, you have a team. I mean, it's not just you, right? I mean, there's a team that's producing a lot of this. You have a co-host, and so for, let's say, one of your episodes, I think that just recently released earlier this week. When did you start working on that particular episode? What is that production cycle like, so that people get an idea in the sense of how long it takes you guys to put together one of these episodes.
Right. You've nailed it, Nick. I mean, it's not my full-time job, and it's not their full-time job. The team consists of my co-host, Molly Bentley. Mm-hmm. She's also the executive producer, which is to say she's the boss. But it's good to have a boss.
It's great to have a boss sometimes, there's no doubt.
And there's a third guy, Gary Niederhoff, who does an awful lot of the editing. Both Molly and I do a lot of editing, too. I mean, all of us do everything. But those are the three production people. Gary also has actual radio experiences. He can voice anything. If you say, all right, we need a guy from New Jersey. No, he just does it. And we need a guy from Northern Idaho. He just does it. Right? All right. Now, how about a German who spent 16 years living in Lithuania? Can you do that? Yeah, he can do that.
Yeah.
So that's whatever.
Right.
Very, very, very talented gentleman. In any case, so the three of us are the production team, and then there's a fourth member, Barbara Vance, who, takes care of getting the files up to the right place and contacting stations and so forth and so on. So, but it's all part-time work for all of us, and it's generally done over the course of 2 days on Wednesdays. Today's a Wednesday. Molly will come in here. She takes the train from where she lives, 50 miles away, and we work on, polishing up the script, recording some of the, the material, editing the interviews, which are done at any time that's convenient for the interviewees. And then on Fridays is actually when we make the show, and we spend all day putting it together. We usually don't get out of here till about 7:30 at night.
Oh, wow, goodness. But it didn't always start that way necessarily, right? I mean, if we look back to the Are We Alone podcast, was there maybe not the same individuals on that team? Was the team kind of the same size? I mean, you obviously didn't start with as many followers and maybe quality of the show. I mean, when you start out, you start small, right? I mean, you start with just the resources that you have, but it's important to just start. Because the success of the show, I mean, how many NPR stations, member stations, are you syndicated? I mean, you're out there, man. I mean, you're not just on the podcast. You're out there on radio stations, and that took time it didn't happen overnight, right?
No, that's right. I am tempted to explain what radio is because people don't know anymore, but but it's broadcast. It's electromagnetic radiation that actually goes through the. All right. But no, it did start out quite small. It was just me, actually, and another guy whose idea it was for the SETI Institute to have a radio show. And he just bought time from some organization in Washington, D.C. We went on every week for an hour. It was live back then. I did it from my bedroom. He did it from his bedroom, with some equipment that was, barely up to snuff. And, I think we had 5 listeners, maybe on a good day. So, it wasn't. we would ask relatives to call in with questions.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So it was indeed a very small beginning, and it was kind of unscripted totally, and we would talk about one subject for the entire hour, but that kind of thing. So yeah, you start small. I have to say that I have learned a great deal more about audio technology and acoustics than I'd ever hoped to do. I actually find it interesting because I have a background in as a hobbyist and doing electronics and stuff. So all that is interesting. So the studio is something that I built, but that's been fun. And quality. If you're going to be on the air, if you're going to do podcasts, audio quality is nice but not essential.
Sure.
If you're on the air, obviously it's essential. It has to be decent audio quality, or none of the stations will pick you up. And we're on more than 100. I don't know the exact number.
That's great. We're actually getting some questions coming in from some of our attendees. I'm going to just put a couple out there. Carrie Leon says, I'm a scientist with a talent for explaining things. I'm going to graduate with my PhD this year. What's the most effective way to jump into science communication? Effective way. That's kind of...
Yeah, that's tough.
I'd like to define that one.
Effective. I often wonder about that, too, because... there's the radio show, but I also give a lot of talks. In the past 10 days, I think I've given 9 talks. So that's a lot. That's
a lot of work, right? I mean, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of time in airplanes. I don't really like airplanes very much. But, there's no secret sauce here. You just start doing it.
Just start, right?
Just start giving, I think, either depending on what your predilections are, either start giving talks. And by the way, if you want to improve your speaking skills, the best thing to do is give talks at the local Rotary Club or Lions Club or something like that.
Toastmasters. I know a lot of people that have.
I don't know. Toastmasters is an actually organization trying to improve your talks. But if you don't want to get involved with that, I mean, just suggest to the local Rotary Club you can come over and give a talk, because those audiences are not self-selected. They're not there to hear your talk about the effect of inverse Compton scattering on the formation of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons or whatever it is you're going to talk about, right? They're just there because they're there every week. You can't show slides. It's 25 minutes. They want to eat their lunch. They don't want to listen to you. If you can get them interested, well, that's pretty good. So it's great practice. And if you completely bomb, who cares? Nobody cares.
Yeah, right. No, and I would say to Carrie, I think even if it's an audience of just one person, to practice how you communicate your science in a way that they get it. I've always said to our clients here, you will know that your science communication is most successful when you don't have to use the word science in your communication. It's because there is a very human connection, and like we said before, it's very delivered in a story format. There's a hero, there's a mentor, there's a prize. There's that the great hero monomyth from Joseph Campbell. Another question we get from Megan Carlin: how do you share and communicate your clear enthusiasm without being dull or getting lost in technical terms, and especially without seeming patronizing or losing the details?
Well, that comes from practice, of course.
Yeah.
One thing that helped, I talked just now about how to get started, giving talks, which is a great thing. But maybe that's not your thing. Maybe your thing is writing articles. I mean, I write a lot of articles too, as it turns out. And, that's just a matter of writing them. It's not, nothing secret about any of that.
Yeah.
And I say, yeah, but then where do I post them? Well, I mean, obviously you can post them on your own website if you have one, or you can throw them over the transom at some science website, or even a general website. I mean, I started out doing that. I've, written, I think, 550 articles now, something like that. Wow. So, that's another way you can do it, I would say. But if you're talking about either one of those things, either speaking or writing, to avoid it becoming dull, avoid the kind of approach that you'll hear in any science colloquium at a university, where some guy gets up there and there's some title. There are 40 people in the audience, all of whom would really rather be dealing with email, and probably half of them are. They listen to you, and the subject matter sounds vaguely interesting, but you immediately kill that by starting off about, okay, this is how we collected the data, and you spend 45 minutes describing the approach and all this stuff, and then suddenly, you're out of time. You have to go to Q&A, and you never got to the point. So avoid doing that. Structure the presentation or article so that right at the beginning, it's just like writing a novel. The first line has to be a grabber. One morning I awoke amongst the silverwares. Some sort of grabber. Right? So present the problem right up front. Don't spend so much time, talking about, so we made these measurements, and at the 3 sigma level we have, nobody cares about that. But get to the conclusion at some point, right? Make it a story. And after you get to the conclusion, kind of try and put it in context, because most people, if they're not specialists in what you're talking about, they don't know. Well, why does this matter? Who cares? What's the big picture of what you're trying to solve, right? That kind of thing. The jargon is a big wall, right? And for non-experts, if you start using jargon with non-experts and language, which, like you said, is just so key, people will immediately put up a wall. Don't just share your data, share your awe, share those big headlines that grab a big idea. I think that's super important to do. And start with why, not the what and the how. If you keep it at a very human level, I think people are much more, they're more willing to accept the science and the data that you present as human, as opposed to just numbers, binary, and whatnot. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, jargon, if you're talking to, your own scientific community, that's a different thing, right? I mean, obviously, You're not going to increase their science literacy. But if you're talking to, if you will, a general audience, whatever that means, yes, clearly acronyms, jargon, all that sort of stuff.
But that's a very interesting point that you brought up. If you know that you have a community that is, of a shared interest and a very specific interest, you need to recognize what your communication or language strategy might be. Very different from speaking to, a mix of non-experts or a public that may not necessarily fall. I mean, they have some shared interest, perhaps, or else they wouldn't be there. But it's very different than, say, communicating or talking to your fans or followers on Facebook or Twitter, or so that your language changes just a little bit, doesn't it? Don't you think it's just a little different because they can accept a little bit more of maybe the jargon or some of the keywords of headlines. I mean, obviously. Big headline that is out today, and I think it ties a little bit in, obviously, with the research at SETI Institute, is that, and this is literally from space.com, massive asteroid will pass by Earth today. That's a grabbing headline, right?
Yeah, well, probably less grabbing than if it said massive asteroid will impact Earth today.
That would be big.
Yeah.
But it's
a big truck passed me on the road into work today.
Right. Just as exciting, right? But that's a grabbing headline, and it's not necessarily. Whoa. That was my lighting that collapsed. The massive asteroid passing near Earth, making people not so much uncomfortable, but it's an exciting event. It's obviously not going to come crashing on Earth, but an asteroid crashing on a planet is quite possibly how life started on this planet.
Well, I don't know about that, but it could be that asteroids, they probably brought the ingredients of life, and most notably the water. You go down to the beach, if you happen to live in a place that has a beach, you look at all that stuff, and, probably a good fraction of that water out there is comet juice. Or asteroid juice. So yeah. I mean, it's all right, but that's the science story. We're not talking about the science story here.
But my point is that a headline like that gives you an opportunity to introduce that science and the possibility and origins of life on other planets, that it's brought by asteroids like this, and so you do get a chance to share some of those aspects of science that might seem otherwise either unbelievable or have no connection to me whatsoever. But when you have a headline like that, or you have a story like that, there's nothing wrong with what are the possibilities, right, to start with some crazy big idea, and where can that crazy big idea go once we start applying more science to it. And is that the kind of journey that a scientist wants to bring an audience along for?
Well, look, the purpose of the headline is to get them to.
Oh, it's clickbait, right? Yeah, there's totally clickbait. There's no doubt about it.
I think that the one thing, I write for an NBC website, actually, and, the one thing they don't change any of my misspellings or anything in the text, but they will change the headlines. Yeah. And they will, you could step back and say, whoa, hey, they sensationalized this. Well, deal with it, right?
Right.
Because you could say if they don't deal with it, if you don't deal with it, if they don't change the headline to make it indeed appealing, even if you think, gosh, that's kind of a slightly misleading, it really doesn't matter. Nobody's going to read it, right? So, this is the compromise that you have to make when it comes to the web, because there's so much other material. So, the headline is important. One, to sort of state what the subject matter of your piece is, but also to get the eyeballs to move down the page a little bit. And that's reach. And reach is really important when you're trying to share out the science communication. And I'll be talking a little bit later about this crowd science and reach and engaging and sharing. But at first, story is king, right? I mean, that's kind of. We like stories. I think that's evolution. You sit around the fire, and if somebody can tell you this story of how they avoided, getting chewed up by some predator out there on the savannah, that might help you survive. You might get your genes into the next generation if you listen to those stories. Sure. We're kind of wired to like stories. Right.
There was another question from Melina. Sorry if I mispronounce your last name, Melina Leah, who asks, curious about what you think about the role of science in corporate communication and making technical ideas more interesting for customers. Do you think that's similar in what we've talked about regarding science communication in general and corporate communication? Technical details, right? I mean, we don't start with details, but what do you think?
Yeah, well, my experience is so limited that my advice here is worthless, but that may not distinguish it from any other advice I've given. But clearly, if the product that you're, involved with there in that business involves technology, then it involves science. If you just are selling paper like Dunder Mifflin or something like that, maybe science isn't so relevant, but the presentation skills are, no matter what the business is. I used to work for the railroads, and, there wasn't a whole lot of science, but, there's some. But the deal was that being able to present the material in an interesting way so that, the person you're talking to walks away with something in their head that wasn't there before, other than thinking, man, what a schmuck. I mean, if they actually learned something, okay, that's good. And, so the techniques are actually not so different for teaching them, something about the economics of the railroad or whatever it was, than for teaching them something about, astronomy or chemistry or biology or whatever it is.
Yeah. And there is, and this is what we've discovered in our research and speaking with lots of different scientists, many different research groups, is scientists are very reticent to share that information outside of their community, outside of their science group, because they feel that their credibility is at stake. And this is very, very common, that they will make a mistake or there's going to be criticism and skepticism. Look, I've never met anybody more skeptical than a scientist, because that's exactly what they're trained to do, and get results and use results in order to test your hypothesis. But what would you say to scientists who are very reluctant to jump into science communication because they feel like their credibility is at stake?
Yeah,
Happens a lot.
I mean, what is it that you want to cure? You want to cure their insecurity about their credibility, or you want to cure the fact that they're not promoting their science? Clearly, if you're talking to the other people where you work, I mean, there's nothing worse, to be honest, to my mind, in terms of presentations, than to have to give a talk to the people you work with. I mean, I've been in academia, and there's a colloquium. You invite some poor lout to come, who knows, for thousands of miles to give this 1 hour presentation. And the people that are assembled to listen to this guy, who is, after all, a professional competitor, they would like nothing better than for you to maunder on for 10 minutes about the subject matter, and then have some guy in the third row stand up and say, well, actually, I worked all that out for the general case, and the facts are, you're totally wrong. That would be best outcome for the audience, right? From their point of view. So it's tough. I mean, and so of course you worry about your credibility. I've given talks about SETI in front of Frank Drake, Well, I actually did that last Friday, and that's tough because, Frank says he's just going to sit there and go like this the whole time.
Does he really?
But he doesn't do that. Of course not.
But that would
be funny. But yeah, that's hard. But that's not what we're talking about. You have to deal with that, and if it's within your own professional clique or group or whatever research team there, all right, that's a different deal. But we're talking about the big problem here, which is science literacy. The fact that the public, which is often paying for whatever it is you're talking about, usually doesn't understand why they should be paying for it and what's in it for them. And that's, to me, a greater problem than making sure that you don't, make yourself look stupid in front of your colleagues.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. I can do that. That's not a problem for any of us, right? I got another question coming in from Nick Fine. In my field of user experience, there are so few PhDs that no one understands the benefit of having a PhD qualified researcher. Do you have any advice on that?
change. Yeah, they should change their minds, actually. On the one hand, you can come up with a gazillion examples from, Elon Musk and Bill Gates and so forth. People who don't have advanced degrees or even undergraduate degrees in many cases. The venture capitalists around this area, and I'm in the Silicon Valley, so there are a lot. They're prime candidates or somebody who just failed out of or didn't fail, just quit.
Yeah.
Some prestigious school. Like I went to Harvard for 2 years and then I just gave it up because I'd rather work on this project. Okay,
sure.
That's the kind of driven personality they're looking for. And the PhD is totally irrelevant. They didn't get it. They didn't get a BA. To have, more training, however, in most cases, more training is simply better. I mean, you can take 2 years of high school French, but if you throw another 2 years of, college French or maybe even some graduate study, you'll just be better at it. I mean, that's all there is to it.
But you don't necessarily need to have a PhD to be a science communicator or a successful or even a good science communicator. You just really have to understand, certainly know a good deal about your subject and have access, I think, to people and other scientists that if you're not sure, if you want to make a big claim and you want to maybe test the validity of that claim, you definitely want to go to an expert and follow up, to make sure that but to be a great science communicator, you don't have to be.
No, Bill Nye doesn't have a PhD. I mean,
no, Bill Nye has a tremendous, strong interest in science, and God bless him for being this great messenger for it. But no, I think he was early on. Didn't he start as a startup comedian? I think wasn't that one of his first.
I never heard that. He did study. I think he studied engineering at Cornell, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah, a
super smart guy, and not every scientist is going to be a Neil deGrasse Tyson or a Michio Kaku or a Brian Greene or the British, Brian Cox. These are all they've been. And I bet you anything that none of them really felt early on in their careers, I want to be a science celebrity. That's something you really do trip over, you fall backwards into. You might have a great desire to play that messenger role, but the success of it requires fans and followers and the channels and the opportunity to say that and to speak that. So for somebody out there who wants to become a science celebrity, what advice would you give them?
Well, I think Clint Eastwood said in a movie once, a man has to know his limitations.
That's true.
But no, look, I mean, there are programs to encourage this. NASA has something called Fame Lab.
Yeah.
Actually, I've been the MC for a bunch of Fame Lab competitions, actually. And they bring young people in. When I say young, I think they're mostly college students.
Mm-hmm.
So, and, they each get 5 minutes, 7 minutes up on the stage. This usually held in San Francisco when I've been involved. Just to present some science story.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be anything they were involved with. They don't have to have done the science. Mm-hmm. They just have to present it in an interesting way. And it always blows me away because, these folks are really very good. And, whoever is best as judged by the audience, right, because there's always an audience, they go on to the next level of competition and so forth and so on. Now, will those people become the next Neil deGrasse Tyson or Carl Sagan or so forth? Hey, maybe not, but they can do it. I mean, there's plenty of room in this field. You don't have to be at the top. You don't have to be, the best tennis player to enjoy playing tennis and maybe even earn a living at it. Earning a living at it is difficult. That's even difficult for the people at the top. That's quite hard. But if the idea is to help communicate science, a lot of it is luck too. I mean, Bill Nye, the science guy, right? I mean, he was working at a local TV station, I think, up in the Seattle area. I may have this wrong, but and he wasn't doing a regular show. But at some point, there was a story, and nobody knew who should present it. And one of the other people working there said, "Well, why don't you ask Bill, the science guy?" Right? And he gave him the name, right?
Right.
Carl Sagan, if a professor of astronomy at Columbia University in New York hadn't had a cold one night when, the Late Show needed somebody to talk about science, Johnny Carson, you probably never would have heard of Carl Sagan either. So to some extent, there are elements of luck. But on the other hand, unless you aspire to being, Carl Sagan or Neil Tyson or something like that, there's just plenty of room for doing this.
And it doesn't happen overnight. And that's an important thing for people to understand too, is that if you do aspire to be that messenger, it's going to take time. You aren't just necessarily establishing any credibility, not just with scientists, but with the audience, but also your understanding of the subject matter, your ability to speak or present in a way that's really going to grab attention and inspire people. Quick question from Ernest Gregg: how do you sell an idea or a theory that you know will not go over well to a given audience? Which my first question back to Ernest would be, how do you know it's not going to go over well? You have an expectation that it's not going to go over well, but you don't really know. Do you have any data to tell you that it's not going to go over well? And what we tell our clients is, if you want to sell something surprising, make it familiar. And if you want to sell something familiar, make it surprising. And,
that's good advice. I mean, I'm trying to think of instances in which this is relevant in my experience, because that's all I can really talk about. Sometimes I talk to a group which I know. Well, okay, here's one. There was a conference out here about ancient aliens. This is a rather popular TV show. The idea that actually the Egyptians were not clever enough to have stacked up stones to build pointy structures in the desert, that they needed alien help in building them our pyramids. I don't think so. Aliens come to Earth to help us, make pointy buildings. Doesn't make sense to me. But nonetheless, it's an extraordinarily popular show, and Giorgio, the host, is a wonderful guy, and and I've been on the show. I guess almost every season, but they had a live event. So now you're talking to hundreds and hundreds, maybe 1,000, I don't know, people out there who are absolutely convinced that aliens have visited and maybe are still visiting.
Still here, yeah. No, I hear that, yeah.
Yeah. So you just heard me say that on Neil's show.
Yep.
It's a third of the population. And so when I tell them, actually, I don't think we are being visited, they're not sympathetic to that idea. So what's the best approach? You could just tell them, why you don't think so. But that's like, it's almost religion in a way that I think Neil Tyson made that point, or maybe it was the comic. But you tell them, your religion is wrong and mine is right. Okay, all that does is immediately
conflict.
Set them up. Set them up to resist you. So what you have to do is say, look, you could be right, but let's look at it this way. I mean, if that's true, wouldn't you expect this? Engage in some sort of discussion. Give them some things to think about rather than just disagreeing with them straight off. That's just a negotiating skill. You hope your Secretary of State can do that.
You definitely want to start with where you find that there may be some overlap in either in agreement or something that's familiar or relate to some understanding and idea that maybe your opposing viewpoint. Find common ground first, and definitely tell the rest in a story, because I think, again, a very human connection makes something very not human more tangible, more of a connection, more of a human connection. Emotional attack. That's, it's very difficult for a scientist to explain their content in an emotional way, unless they just kind of drop those barriers and not worry about their credibility being fractured or fragmented and losing their grant money. Those are all very real concerns. But eventually, at some point, you are going to find yourself in a place of controversy, right? Have you ever felt that the criticism and especially for something as and the bigger ideas seem to get the most criticism, but looking for extraterrestrial intelligence, not just life, but extraterrestrial intelligence, that's a little controversial.
Well, I don't know that it's so controversial. I mean, 80% of the public seems to think that they're out there. So
correct.
What is controversial, of course, is the UFO phenomenon. That's there are people who say, "Oh, you guys are using all the wrong approaches," and so forth. And there's a natural tendency to resist, right? When somebody's saying you're wasting your time, or more commonly, they'll say, you know they're here, but you can't admit that because it'll cost you your job.
Right. There goes the grant money.
Right.
You know.
Well, there is no grant money to begin with.
Well, sure.
Secondly, I mean, that's kind of bonkers. I mean, if I thought they were here, I'd spend all my time working on that. But
there you go.
But on the other hand, I have to say that I hear every day from people who have this belief. So I confront this problem every day. People will call me up, they'll send me an email, they'll whatever. Mm-hmm. And what you find is, well, these are people, they're real people, and they're not out to get you in general. They just want to know more.
Right.
And so, if you met these people, if they sat next to you on the bus, you wouldn't turn on them and start attacking their points of view. You would say,
right.
Well, I mean, that's kind of interesting, but have you thought about the fact that, whatever, again, negotiation. One thing to avoid, because I see this happen a lot in the field where I am because of this controversy regarding whether we're being visited or not, is to avoid ad hominem attacks. It's very easy. All you have to do is scroll down, to the comment section below every news story that still takes comments. Mm. And, the first couple of comments are kind of worthy. And then after that, it's, 2 or 3 people who are just at one another's throats. And it's all ad hominem. You idiot, Yeah,
right.
So
right. Yeah.
You're never going to convince anybody of anything if what you're doing is attacking them in terms of either their intelligence, their beliefs, or some other aspect of their person. So, don't do that. Just stay with the ideas and see how far that gets you. Mind you, be realistic. I have a buddy that, has different political views than I do, and we used to argue about them. And then we both realized at some point that, what? It never happens that the other guy says, Seth, you're right. My opinions.
Yes.
Never happens.
Never happens. That doesn't even happen with my best friends, Seth.
Yeah,
I mean, and they love me, and I love them. But again, it doesn't happen.
No. So you come to a mutually agreed position. Say, all right, we don't need to talk about that anymore.
Yes. And then, look, there are people out there who just want to be contrarians about it. And as frustrating as that can be sometimes, let's be real, that it also absolutely tests us and makes our arguments stronger. For those that I've seen comments here in the chat that people have a very hard time explaining, their science or their research or their work to people who are non-experts and non-scientists, the best advice, and I think, you agree, you have to spend more time with them to understand what their values are, to understand what they connect with, what their needs are. You're never going to be able to open a mind or create some impact or influence if it's just you in the room. Maybe if you have a microphone and a broadcast channel, it helps, right? But you need to get out there. You need to start connecting with people, whether they agree or disagree. You just have to get out there.
Yeah. So
just start, right?
Yeah. No, that's right. I mean, that's restating somewhat what you said. Look, they're humans. They believe it, and they're just as worthy as you. And maybe they're not informed about something. All right, you can maybe fix that. That's what you can hope to do. But being dogmatic, obviously, would be appropriate if your audience was a bunch of hounds. But otherwise, I wouldn't be dogmatic.
Let's not be dictatorial. Let's open the door, invite people in. I always say, start with the science fiction and let your audience find their way to the science themselves. It becomes more personal, much more effective. So, Seth, we've run just a little bit over, but I cannot thank you enough for joining us and being a part of this first CoLab. You are welcome to come back anytime. We would love to have more conversation. There's plenty of questions that we didn't get to here. Hopefully, we can share some of that and have a conversation at a later time and bring that stuff up again. Thank you again so much. My huge thanks to the SETI Institute. And we absolutely support the work and the research that you guys, that everybody does over there. And again, those are my science heroes. So it's a real thrill for me. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're quite welcome, Nick. But wait a minute. What about this hour-and-a-half PowerPoint presentation you said?
Yeah, that's not necessarily going to draw.
With 6-point type on each side.
let's not do that. We can have a conversation about how to improve that ginormous PowerPoint at a later date. We'll make that our next CoLab I'm presenting, right? Thanks a lot, Seth. I appreciate it very much. Take care.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye. There we go. Excellent. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is a gentleman by the name of Scott Morgan. He is the author of a book called Speaking About Science. He is also a communications, public relations, and news media consultant. There he is, Scott. I was actually going to go on about how we met, but you know what, Scott? I think
make something up.
But yeah, I should, right? I think we got stuck in the metro in a tube, which is totally believable because it happens all the time here in the D.C. area. But I think I think we had like-minded individuals sharing contacts with each other, and this is, you know, how a lot of these communications connections really happen. You have those one-on-one connections, and then that message grows and grows and reaches a larger audience. And again, we'll get into reach a little bit later. But I'm excited to have you on to talk about that message. And let me actually go ahead and bring up your material.
Thank you.
And you can make sure that you have controls and connections and you are ready to fly. I'm going to go ahead and close out my mic, and I'll just let you go ahead and speak. You have controls? Everything's fine?
No, not yet.
Set? Okay.
While we're doing that, there's some great crossovers with what Seth was saying and my work as a science communication coach.
Mm-hmm.
And he started with that, the personality drops and we get our science face. Not only do I see that for media, which is what the topic of this particular workshop is,
mm-hmm.
but I see it even in job talks, even in lab meetings, even in important science communication talks. And I see it all the time because people think we have to be serious about something serious.
Mm-hmm.
And that just kind of negates it. And you mentioned emotional and then this idea of being credible all the time. I think what that happens in terms of delivery in any forum is that we become overly careful.
Mm-hmm.
We start watching our words and what I call we autocorrect. So
sure.
Instead of saying the sentence and then going back and saying, okay, then maybe I want to revise, we tend to think as we're going and making sure we're not fired.
Yeah. Right.
And that just kind of blows the whole communication component. And one nice little hint that I want to pass on to everybody is usually if we put in the cool part, the part that we love about our work, we're going to have natural enthusiasm, natural emotion, natural credibility, and we're going to lose that science face. You just got to put in the stuff that you think is cool. And the other thing I notice is that's usually our superpower.
Yeah, right. No, exactly.
That we think is so neat. If you take that out of your work, you're just, dividing yourself in quarters. So you really kind of have to put that in because it's such a good communicative tool.
Well, look, you can't be a messenger without a message.
Yeah.
Right. And
Nick, I'm not seeing anything loading here.
You're not. Okay.
I got the spinning wheel of death.
Oh, you're on a Mac, aren't you? Is okay. I'll tell you what. So I loaded it up, but for some reason I don't think you were able to connect. Let me try it one more time.
Okay. If not, we'll go without. Don't need them.
Well, I can always progress through them, so I can. I want to make sure.
I'll say, Nick, next slide.
Yeah, right. So I'm getting some feedback from everybody there that they do indeed see the slides.
Awesome.
And interesting that you're not able to.
I see them now. I see the first one. I still got spinning wheel of death, but
are you able to upload the file yourself and navigate those slides yourself?
Let's see. I'm going to try to just move it forward. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
That was me, right?
Yeah. If you hover over the slide, you should get either the slide navigator or you will at least get some indication. So you have the controls, Captain.
Okay, firing away.
Excellent.
I'll try to keep this on time because I know Paige is up next. We might go slightly over, but want to give her plenty of time. My name is Scott Morgan. I teach science communication, have for 20 some odd years, primarily in three different areas, which are scientific talks of all kinds, usually live ones. Then I'll do interview skills to help you move on to that dream job. And then the further you go up the food chain, I teach media work and media communication. Primarily, I teach television because that's the hardest, but then the same rules, the same prep applies for radio, same applies for print. What I hope, and that may not be exactly where you are in your career, what I hope you'll do is extrapolate very quickly and say, oh, I see the tools of media are very similar to panel discussions when we go to Q&A. It's the Q&A after you give a job talk. Think of it as media. Because it is suddenly modular, we have to be concise, and we have to talk in more visuals where we usually don't have some kind of visual support. So that's why I love doing media for anybody at any range, because it helps you to be concise, get to those points, make your science very, very clear, and yet without any visual aid behind you. I primarily work at universities. I work at the NIH in Bethesda, National Institutes of Health, for many, many years. A lot of think tanks in Washington, D.C. And all of them are research-based. So that was the other thing I wanted to add. I've got an example coming here from political science, but I think of it as all kinds of science, bioscience, research-oriented, engineering, you name it, and just think of it as if it's data-based, if it's research-based, and that can be anecdotal or empirical, but the idea is that this is thoughtful work, and then how do we communicate thoughtful work mindfully? What I'd like to do is kind of go through what those prep steps are about media. And again, I'm going to follow a single example, and then we'll have plenty of time at the end for some questions. All my contact information is there, and at the very end, I've loaded a link to an article which I really like. A clip to one of my clients who was on CNBC last year, and he uses data very well. He was with the Pew Research Center. So you can get an idea of how do you use numbers, still be dynamic, still be engaging. I think he does a real good job. So let's move forward. I have to do my due diligence, which is, the first thing is that, and again, we'll just think about television first, but again, think about how that applies to other things, is that the reporter in any situation can ask whatever they want. And that can also be for a panel. It can actually be for a dissertation defense. It can be for a job talk. They're allowed, as soon as they stand up, they're allowed to ask whatever they bloody well want, which is part of the terror of doing media or anything live. But notice the but and the ellipses, you run the interview. So it is my entire belief, my whole modus operandi, that you run the interview, not the reporter. So just because they can ask whatever they want doesn't mean that you follow the bait. You don't take any questions literally. They are springboards. They are suggestions. They are, another example I like to use is the question is the end of the previous paragraph and your answer is the next paragraph. So we need them because no one's going to let you go on a 12-minute diatribe on your own, certainly not in media. We want it around 30 seconds. So we need the question to break it up, to give us some kind of link, but we don't follow anything literally. They can ask whatever they want. They can say, how's your mom? And you've got to make a little bridge, and that's what we call it in my field, a little bridge to what part of science it is you want to bring up. And you would also, and I heard this in Seth's keynote there, that you only answer from your expertise and or your experience, meaning you can always, and it is your right, I would say it's your responsibility, to only answer from what you know, from what you've experienced, from what you've seen, and that makes it interesting, it makes it vivid, it makes it engaging, rather than saying, oh, now I have to be the spokesperson for the institute or for even my entire lab. You don't. You say, this is what I've seen, and that's going to actually be a better answer. Microphones, they're always on. Nothing is off the record. Boy, have I learned my lesson there. Microphones, just assume the second you say yes, it's being recorded. It also helps you very much with what I'd like to pose now is that once you do media, you are the expert. And an expert does not necessarily give background. So that's mildly controversial, but I think it's incredibly helpful that you start thinking, wait, my job as expert is different than the background person. That does mean then that the microphones are always on, even if they say, you know, can you just get me up to speed on something before we roll? I would say, how do I, just assume things are rolling. Things are going to be on the record. I want you to be so good and prepped and ready that you want everything to be on the record. The average number of questions is 5.3. So if you blow one of your questions, instead of getting to something critical about your work, on some kind of mundane background thing to get the reporter up to speed, I think we've really blown some important opportunities there. So microphones are always on. Just assume that things are right away. And then you don't have to worry about, is this on the record, off the record? You're the expert. You want it on the record. And even if they promise, I cut my teeth on Home and Garden Television. I had my own show there called Dream Builders for 10 years, which is dog years in TV. And what I would promise people, and I meant it, I'd say, you'll see a draft of this, or we'll show you a little clip beforehand. And, I meant it, but we started getting our own deadlines, our own pushback from producers. So, I'm not going to go back to somebody I interviewed and say, do you like this picture of you? Besides, nobody likes a picture of themselves. So I just don't expect a draft, a preview, don't expect questions in advance, or if you do get them, don't expect that they'll stick to them. So that's kind of a nice rule of thumb. Once you agree to these ground rules, I say do any media. Somebody asked, sorry, I forgot your name, about how do you get started. Do anything. Do a panel discussion. Do anything that has some kind of question and answer component to it. That is what's going to start helping if you start kind of utilizing this tool and saying, I'm not going to be able to get through the whole story. I have to be very selective about the part of the story that I'm going to tell. All right, so do media. It's good for you. It's good for your work, etc. Let me go forward. It says 3. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Different slide. I'm okay with that. All right. So I'm going to talk about 5 preparation steps that will help tremendously. And one is to identify the theme or the title. This is an internal exercise just for you. So many people kind of get bogged up in this because they say, oh boy, I would never say that out loud, and I would say, good. You want a quick, short, sexy title of your interview. One way to start thinking about that you run the interview is to name it. And once, like a pet, once you name it, it's yours. So you want to say, okay, here's the point. No matter what they ask me, I'm going to this. I like a lot of writing metaphors here. If you write a lot, you can say, well, look, I wrote the article. Here's the sexy title of my article. An op-ed works. A book works. So a movie works. What would it be called so that when you sit down, the lights come on your face, the reporter's there, they say, we're live in 3, 2, and you feel that adrenaline boost. I want you to be thinking, just tell them about the book you wrote and make that short. So a very long title is not going to calm your nerves. Something shorter will. Let me give you an example. Again, this is from Political Science. This was from a writer from USIP, another one of my clients, U.S. Institute of Peace, Stephanie Schwartz, and she wrote a book called Youth in Post-Conflict Reconstruction Agents of Change. Now, that would be a lousy trigger mechanism for when nerves are going high. That's just not fast enough, it's not quick enough, it's not pictorial enough. So we worked with her a little bit, and I'm going to use a version, which I don't know if it was the final, but it worked, which was Radio Hut Helpers. All right, now you as listeners or watchers are also not going to say, oh, what's that about? This first step is not for public information. This is your trigger title. So that when she sits down, she says, you know what, no matter what, I'm only talking about Radio Hut Helpers, no matter what the reporter asks. All right? Make it short, make it sexy. Next step, which is, let's keep the writing metaphor, which is to select chapters which will become individual talking points. You can still use the writing metaphor if you like it. If you think about an op-ed, it's what would you devote each paragraph to. I have seen as many as 14 bullet points here. This should be exhaustive. Remember, the average number of questions is 5.3. It basically works out to be about a question a minute. That's an easy math to do. So if they say it's 5 minutes, you go, there's my 5 minutes. There's my 5.3 questions. It might be 6, or a quick follow-up 7, but it's not going to be double that. However, I do recommend that pretty much when you're thinking about how much data should I have, how many individual talking points should I have, I think if you're probably good in the 8 to 10 realm. If you have 12, that's okay, just as long as you can keep them sorted in your mind relatively well. That's going to give you a boost of confidence if you feel almost doubly prepared than what they're going to ask. So let's follow her example a little bit further. And so she has then determined, following somewhat the outline of her book, but not exactly, because she was also tailoring this to what she wanted to get across, is that now radio helpers becomes common thinking on youth roles, soldiers, youth bulge, mismatched to youth needs, advocacy to empowerment. So she's already kind of identifying what are the components. This is where it gets very thorough for scientists. I think your skill set there will be helpful, that we tend to say, okay, I've got several points. Where it starts to become problematic for scientists is that we have to go in modular order. Media, you can never determine the order, that the chronology, how things come out, because the reporter asks whatever they want. We gave that rule up on page 1. So once we say, okay, you know what, you ask whatever you want, I have to now think in modular terms about my work. And another reason to not just launch right into the background is maybe the first question has nothing to do with the background. Maybe it has to do with funding, or what are you doing next? Or, hey, there was a topical headline about aliens. So, and they're allowed to ask that. So you have to kind of say, all right, no matter what they ask, I'm going to link, bridge, again, to my book that I wrote on something else, but there is a connection there. Each of these, now how many have I put there? 5, become individual answers. All right, so you have to start thinking about them, even though you would love to go in chronological order, it's not going to happen. You have to think about it as being what's the word? Syncopated. That's probably pretty good. All right, let's go to the third one then, because this to me is the crux of all media training and all media. For each of those chapters, you need to find a single vivid example. A single vivid example. And this is, again, taxing a scientist's brain. A scientist likes to be thorough. We have 4 million examples. And what works in media is not the plethora that you have, it's the selecting one that you think is the most relevant and the most visual, the most full of imagery. That's why I put imagery in this slide. So the one, even though if you say, you know what, this data on brown adipose tissue is the most relevant in my field, you might say, but that's a hard one to convey in media. I'm going to have to pick something that I can tell a better story with. I love that from the previous conversation. But the story has to really be a snapshot. So where media is different from a story is, I often get this, I say, it's not the iMovie, it's the iPhoto. I want one single vivid example of the data, and that's all. Because you're going to start doing something else with the answer. You're not just going to give one data point and move on. You're going to give one data point and then add your analysis, your commentary, your expertise, your meaning. What does that mean? So we want that. Remember, you're the expert now. We don't just want data. We want data and analysis. I'm from Washington, so I call it spin, but I mean good spin, not in the pejorative sense. Spin that you're going to interpret how that means, what that means for us. Okay. So this is, I think, the absolute crux of media. Once you're talking in pictures, people get it. They go, I see. Oh, that was clear. It's going to kill you because you're going to say, but I want to tell the whole thing. And I think you can see my camera here, because sometimes I like to say it like this. The reason I put the other titles in a circle is if you do a circle and say, okay, well, it's very complicated, my work, that's lousy media. Instead, I want you to say, never give an overview, make it complex. You always say, fine, I'm just going to give a wedge of the pie. All right? So each answer, eventually, remember 5.3, we're going to get 5.3 slivers of the pie, but it's not going to be in the big overview. The only thing you might be able to do to help bridge that is to say, I've discovered there are 6 major enzymes. The one I want to highlight is. So you can let us know there are others, but still, as soon as possible, you get to that single vivid example, and then why, what's the significance of that. So let's follow how that might be with our current example of the work that the lady did in the Congo. So she has selected 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like skipping something there, but there are 6 pictures to her that represent the bullet points from before. All right. Now, remember, no one's going to be able to see these. That's the point of media, is they're not going to flash behind you. So knowing what they are is fine. It can be graphs. It can be mass spec stains, mass spec readouts. It can be anything that you use. It can be equations if you're a coder. Anything that we kind of get a single part, but we get the image of. And that's the hard part, is painting that image of it. If I heard in the previous one about jargon, I don't mind jargon at all, even for media, but you must define it. So lately, CRISPR's been getting a lot of attention for the patent issues, but so I wouldn't suggest you not use the term. It's what it's called. But you might be able to say, look, CRISPR, it's like molecular scissors to do DNA editing. That's the picture. The picture is in scissors. So it doesn't mean you have to avoid or dumb down your work. In fact, I would not, even go talk to high school students, I don't think you should dumb down your work ever. You just have to give them some context, give them some definitions. They'll pick it up. It's a nice link to think about what reporters are, which is infinitely wise but uninformed. So it'll keep you from being condescending, and at the same time, you don't want to dumb down your work or dilute it. You always want to be as granular as possible, as long as it has a picture to it. All right. So let's see what that might look like in another format. Let's go back to that answer, sorry. Which is, and this I think you would just love, which is that we are going to use data, we're going to use evidence, we're going to use facts, even though society's kind of gone brain dead about science and facts. Part of that is them. The other part is that we're not communicating it well. We are not putting in the cool part. We're not putting in our enthusiasm. We're not putting in our personality. And the other thing I do think we're doing is, notice that second bullet point in there, which is no more than 2 numbers in a sentence. So I think what we're doing is just confusing them. So how that relays is we can always compare and contrast 2 numbers. You can always say 17%, the increase of cancer benefit or people surviving cancer has gone up 13% in the last 15 years. Okay, that's 2 numbers, 13%, 15 years. If I say incidence of cancer or mortality has dropped 13% from 2009 to, I had the wrong math, from 2006 to 2017, and only in certain parts in 18 states, then you no longer have the picture. It's not that we can't follow cognitively. It's that we no longer picture it. And remember, media is all about picturing. So once you got the picture, I have a great colleague who says, paint the picture, sign it, walk away. That means shut your mouth. You have to be really self-disciplined and go, I would love to go into another one of my pie pieces, but I just can't. So you have to think, okay, what's my best one? What's my poster child example? No more than 2 numbers, because I don't want them to do math. I want them to listen. And then the second component there, analysis. Add value to every question. There's 2 components. Analysis meaning, what does that 13% drop in mortality mean? Or analysis can also mean making sure that you're adding value to every question. And this is probably a good time to note that what I see a lot is, instead of just matching a question, you'll say, here's the question. All right, I will answer their question. You haven't necessarily added value to it. If instead you say, here's the question. I hear you, but here's what you don't know, or here's the implication of your question, you are actually starting to drive the interview. So what I encourage people to feel is not necessarily getting perfection, to be just right. The idea is, are you steering the ship? Are you taking the questions and moving it forward? And one nice way to think about that is, yes, here's some data, and here's what it means. I'm adding value to my own data, and I'm adding value to every question. All right. I want to make sure we get time for questions here. All right. So what's that going to look like? I think it's loaded. Do we have one there? That looks blank to me, so I'm going to keep going. All right. And the last suggestion would be the final word. So what happens a lot is, even though you would never say your initial title, like Radio Hut Helpers, you may not, you will almost always in media be asked, so anything we didn't cover? Any final comments? 30 seconds, we got to go, you get the final word. So that idea of how do you close becomes far more relevant than how do you open. What I have found is to be the most helpful there is to select a single word, not a phrase. Don't memorize it. It's not a new data point. It's a single word. And that will be also in your deck. So another image I like to use, I think I'm going to move forward here. I don't think that's loading either. So if you can see it, great. I cannot. But another image I like is that we're playing cards. So I'll use pieces of paper. So you have these cards, and you're playing cards with a reporter. They ask you a question. You go, just a minute. I have an answer to that. Here's my piece of data. Here's what it means. Next question. So if you think of that as that modular give and take, adding value, hearing them but moving it forward, trying to play something that they don't know, one of those cards is going to be the final word. It's usually an identical reflection of the title. So instead of agents of post-conflict, blah, 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 whatever that was, she chose a final word which was dynamic. So that at the end of the interview, when they say something like, 30 seconds got to go, she says, it's the way those former soldiers were dynamically helping the current soldiers, child soldiers in the Congo, that's making all the difference in the Congo. So she actually has then the final word of the interview. You can control it soup to nuts. You prep it, give it a title, you go through the chapters. Each one of those chapters gets a single vivid example. You even have a final word at the end to control the end, which is going to be a match to the title of some form, but again, just a single word. Don't practice a whole sentence. We still want it to sound like it's casual, that it's informative, and not something you practiced 100 times in the shower. So that's how we would do the first 4 parts of prep. The last thing I would recommend, and then we'll go to some questions here, is that we prepare for obvious questions. What are in the headlines? Of course, I'm going to get a question on CRISPR. It just came up in the Times. The ones that you expect to hear will be very helpful to you, and then the dreaded questions. And very often people say the same, the ones that I expect are the dreaded questions. That happens all the time. We go, the simple ones are the ones that botch me. But once you have done these 5 things, I think you're completely media ready. You can also see that would be the same as answering Q&A in a panel. So I think panels are great because you get a mini keynote, and then, which we can talk about another time perhaps in live events, but then you get a mini Q&A at the end, and that's going to help prep you for any kind of media. Look at Nick coming in. Last thing I want to...
Don't let me interrupt. No, keep going.
I'm cruising here. I'm not going to let you stop. So the last thing I want to point out is Skype interviews. Skype interviews are being used in media. They are also part of job interviews. And notice this is my own computer prepping. I went back to grad school and got a degree in psychology recently. And that's my interview. Look at all my Post-its stuck up there like individual modules. Those are my playing cards stuck on the screen. And the thing I like about that is it lowers my anxiety. I don't go, I don't have to remember everything. I just have to basically hear a question and go around and say, which is my best answer to that? And then bridge to it. Remember, the trick is, and then if I'm really subtle, I'll kind of sneak up and pull it off so I don't repeat it. But, if you've got 8 or 10, you think, oh my God, there are 5 and the 6th one's stuck to the table. But that means that you can kind of feel a little more control and look at them nearby. I also like, because truly what we don't want in any media is that you stare at the camera and just look at it. And this actually reminds you can look around a little bit. You can blink. Blinking is good. You can breathe. That's good. So if you have your notes nearby, you're actually going to appear better. The last thing I want to say about Skype interviews, because they're common, is notice my lighting today. I have chose side lighting instead of back lighting, because I would look at that. I'm also making sure that I sat up straight and use your big voice. I actually don't mind on Skype interviews if you actually take out the microphone and just use the speaker, because that will remind you, it's like speakerphone. You'll use your big voice. I think I have a slide that mentions all this. Oh, no, it's not there. But I'll just keep going. And the other component is what I love about them is you can always blame technology. I'm sorry, what was that question again?
I think I might be able to actually use that excuse today myself. as my light collapsed. And
you nailed that one.
Yeah, right. I did.
So many times you don't have any more cards left on that one.
No, I don't. But my notes are up. Obviously, I mean, you don't see them here, but I have a laptop, an iPad, an iPhone, my screen, and my iMac, and I have the notes up there just, to be prepared. Not just because I want to give my audience, we want everybody to get that information and make sure that I'm kind of closing the loop on some of those things, but I do it for our presenters that are here as well, and people that are going to be watching it later. When you're being interviewed by a reporter, your reporter is just as much a part of that audience as the viewer at home watching you or listening to you on the radio or what have you. So, you do, in a sense, want to levy some benefit to the reporter, because you would certainly like to be interviewed again, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. You build a camaraderie. But again, I think I don't want you to fall into the trap of I'm the reporter's buddy. I want you to always think I'm the reporter's expert. And so don't get too chummy about the background. If you want to send them an article or a link, make them do their own work.
Sure.
Don't do it for them. And certainly don't do it for them on the air. All right, I'm going to post that link. That was somebody I think who did very well. Again, from Pew Research Center. Yep, looks like it went through. And you can all see that or click on it at your own time. My email's there. My website is there. I use unlimited text. You may call it any time. And if we have time for questions, we'll launch into that.
I'm actually even doing a little bit of tech check. I'm asking questions of the audience just to make sure my mic is working because there have been some latency and some lag issues. And I think for some people, I think that if you don't have a great connection, a high-speed internet connection, this is going to kind of slow things down.
Yeah, it's going to.
So I think for some people, and it slows it down for everybody, which is one of the things on this platform that makes it kind of difficult. So
the weakest link is what.
Yeah, we're going to take a break a little bit later on, and I think I might just kind of downgrade from HD so that everybody has a better connection. There are some people that are saying that the link you may have sent out that wasn't working. So at some point, maybe later on, you can double check and then resend it later on today.
I'll tell you this: it's on CNBC. I'll type that in.
Okay. Yeah, put it in the chat. That would be great because I want people to have access to that.
You see, his name is Jim Bell.
Okay.
And he's with Pew Research.
Great. Oh, that's awesome.
And what else do we need to know there? So you can just Google that. It was last June, so I would say June. Oops. Didn't mean to hit return, but there you go.
There was some interesting comments from several people as you've been talking, and Anthony Selkowitz said, as a scientist and professional, I can notice the most minute details, but has a hard time demonstrating those things to people who aren't necessarily professionals in his field. Mm-hmm. That's how much prep do you give a reporter before you give an answer? I mean, is there any prep? Is that something that you can't? I mean, do you ever have a chance? Not really. Yeah. You're hoping the reporter's done their homework, of course, before they come to you.
Yeah, that's it. I also think about the reporter as being an ambassador. People always say, well, it depends on who's listening. You will never know that. But the reporter is the ambassador for the people.
Right.
So if they ask you about CRISPR, you're going to go, okay, they know.
Yeah, sure.
If they say, tell me about this new thing, CRISPR, then you say, okay, you don't know.
Right, no.
So I think if you pay a little more attention to the knowledge base of the reporter, that is your demographic.
Sure. And preparedness. Preparedness is critical. So,
usually I would say going into the absolute details of your work is probably more peer-to-peer. So I suspect you're probably not widening out a little bit.
Right.
Again, talk in pictures and say, what's the image that can relay this to them? And, what an enzyme looks like or a protein on a Western blot is maybe not the real part you want to get across. Anyway, I'm not sure it's one of your main points if you're looking at your chapters.
Sure. A couple questions, and then I definitely want to move on to Paige. So Joe Brunzak, good friend of mine. Nice to see you, Joe. I'm glad you're here. And he says, and you can do this briefly, Scott, can you go through what the reporter needs from interviews? For example, what are their challenges with reporting about science? That's a hard question to answer in 15 seconds or less, but that definitely shows there's an opportunity for us, I think, to create a class and some kind of a curriculum for those who want to get closer to the media with their science. And wow, I mean, that's an important question.
Yeah,
I mean,
I love it. Okay, here's what we need, and this is what I needed countlessly when I was on television, is we need sound bites. We need something from you that says, here's what we don't know. Here's a new added component.
Right.
What we don't get from scientists is that picture.
Yeah.
So I think you have to really think about what's the flashcard I'm going to show, and one only. So that don't think about so much, all the background they need. Think about what's that flashcard I'm going to show up, and then tell them why that's so important.
Yeah.
That's what a reporter needs. Because the reason they'll also pick you to death is not because you're being too detailed. It's usually because you're being too vague.
Right.
So words like role of, aspect of, my new bugaboo, mechanism of. I go, oh, no, what is it? What's that mean?
Yeah.
It's too much. You have to say, look, this is about how one protein binds to another protein. I go, okay, now I got it.
Yeah.
So it's usually picking your picture.
I have a very good friend of mine who is a program director at DARPA of their biggest budgeted program above the waterline at DARPA in space robotics. And fantastic guy, super, super smart. He's a big fan of Spacetime Labs. Obviously, for DARPA, the charter is very different. So you're not promoting or selling DARPA. You don't have to do that. They have a budget that will never go away. Yeah. But their main concern, of course, is losing their best scientists to places like Google X or SpaceX or, some of those things. And I remember having this conversation where he included me on an email to a friend of his who was a reporter in Australia. SciComm is so much bigger in Australia and part of the public culture. And so he included me on this email talking to the reporter about, doing this great story on space robotics. Well, the reporter came back, said, yes, it's great to hear from you again. We'd love to. This is exciting stuff. Can you send us any media? Do you have any video, or do you have any images or anything? And there was just like dead silence in the email. And then he replied back, no, I don't. And I was very silent throughout that email exchange. And very shortly after that, I just sent one word in an email, validated, because Spacetime Labs wants to be able to obviously support scientists and researchers and research groups in helping them develop the media that the news and the reporters and the journalists desperately need. Like you said, the sound bites. Not only is it necessary to create that great story that they're producing, that they have a need to do. But look, that can become part of promos. That can get added into tweets and on Facebook.
That's right.
Digestible. Look at that.
Just give them a snippet. Don't give them the whole bloody thing.
Yeah. And always kind of keep them wanting just a little bit. It's important to have that curiosity built in the public so they can come back and want to digest more. When they come to you asking for it, that's tremendous opportunity. You broadcasting it out and sending it out isn't nearly going to have that same effect. So that's great. Okay. Scott, thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you please stay on, and you're more than welcome to hang out and answer some of the questions that people are adding here.
I can stay for about 20 minutes or so.
Please do. My apologies to Paige Jarreau. Let me go ahead and make sure that you are on. And I will go ahead and remove those slides. I will bring up Paige Jarreau. Are you around?
I just turned on my mic.
Yay! And the camera's working. We did some testing a little bit earlier, a couple of weeks ago, and we were having trouble with the camera going. And I don't know if it was my end, if it was her end, if it was whatever. So while you and I were talking, I think I had you up on Twitter, and you were on the hoop. and I just figured I would talk to them. I thought that was great. That's just such a great personal side of a scientist that you absolutely want to see. It's awesome. So, do you have access to your slides? Do you want to go ahead and put those up, or do you want me to put them in?
So I put them up as the PowerPoint or as the PDF?
Or just as the PDF. If you go up to the top on File there and just add them in.
We'll do that.
I'll let you do that. So for those of you who aren't familiar with From the Lab Bench, I discovered Paige Jarreau on Twitter, and From the Lab Bench is her blog where she talks about all things science communication and, you know, being a scientist, practicing science communication, and she writes incredibly well. I was several posts while I was doing research for Spacetime Labs really struck with me and showed me a great deal of what I thought was necessary to learn and understand about scientists and research groups and what their challenges are. And when you can get that directly from a blog like yours, again, at From the Lab Bench, well, that was exciting. That was great learning for me, Paige. So I really appreciate it, and that's why I'm really excited to have you here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and shut up because nobody's here to listen to me, and I'll go ahead and let you get started.
Sure. So yes, I'm here to talk to you about social media today. I did prepare some slides, but please do ask questions if you have anything. I mean, social media is such a wide, well, I mean, it could involve almost literally anything and so many different outlets, and there's so many different questions and approaches to different types of social media. So anyone who's in the room, if you have specific questions, we can go down that path, and I'm not afraid to kind of leave these slides behind. But, you know, one of the big things about science communication today is just to understand that there's really this new landscape for it. So even from, and it's rapidly changing all the time. So even 10 years ago, we didn't have the types of outlets to talk about science communication as we do today. And today we might get good science information from places we wouldn't even have imagined getting it from, like BuzzFeed with great science reporters being there, and, you know, having science sections dropped from some of our other more traditional newspapers, local newspapers not really having science sections anymore, and seeing more and more of this come through social media. Of course, there becomes questions about then, like, how do we find information we trust, and, like, what are the heuristics for, like, credibility of different outlets, which are all really good questions. But for a scientist, I think we're really empowered these days in having so many outlets to communicate directly with the public. Sometimes this can be scary, but I think it is also empowering for scientists. And so I'll talk to you a little bit about, like, how you can best approach social media to communicate that science. So one of the big things that social media lets us do is tell stories tell things in a very different way than we normally would about science. So I think in the least effective way of using social media is probably using it just to broadcast science in ways that we've always kind of done them before. The better ways of using social media is to use the power of this very socially driven network of connections between people and using that to tell stories about science that, one, like our stories, two, that are kind of personal stories. They're a researcher talking to individuals. People can see us as a scientist. They can see us as a researcher. They can see our personal side to tell these in-the-moment stories. So, you know, taking our phone with us to the field and showing people what we're doing as scientists in the moment can be a really powerful way to share science in ways that maybe we couldn't do before social media. Things that are very experience-driven. So for some reason, these slides are jumping around, but it's okay. So we can share we kind of bring people on a journey with us in communicating science in ways that we couldn't do maybe perhaps before social media. And then are also collaborative. So we can ask people to join us and to comment and to maybe crowdsource information about science in ways that we maybe couldn't have done before. Nick, do you know why the slides are jumping around? I don't know if that's just for me or if it's for everybody. So, is everybody seeing the slides kind of jumping around?
Hey, I'm here. I'm not really sure why it's doing that. So, yeah, that was really odd. Our apologies for the technical glitch there, but
no problem.
Why don't you go ahead and start back over? I'm my hand's off the mouse here, so I'm not really sure why it's jumping there. But if you want to go back to, go right ahead. Just pick up where you were before and keep rolling.
That doesn't happen, but that'll be just. Now we'll just turn them off because it'll be distracting, and I can send everybody to So before I kind of jump into talking more about social media, I think it's really good to talk about this kind of model of science communication and how social media fits in. So there are many models of science communication. One of the most traditional ones is what's called a deficit model. And there's been a lot of talk about this recently in a new report that the National Academies of Science put out that talks about basically the issues with the deficit model. So basically treating the audience as sort of a pail, like a bucket that's empty, that we just have to fill up with knowledge. It's a very poor way of imagining the audience, and it's a poor way of communicating in ways that are effective with them. But other models that go more towards participation, like having dialogue with people to get their input, participation like in citizen science, these are more effective models of science communication. And I think if you kind of look at these, it makes sense that social media would kind of fit into those because they're about social interactions. So think about how you can use social media to move past just throwing information at people into having conversations with them and engaging and inviting them to participate in your scientific process. And I think if you try to do that, you'll be using social media more powerfully. So just kind of like starting from scratch, if there's anyone here that doesn't understand maybe, or asking the question of like, why should we even be using social media at all? Why should, as scientists, why should we care about social media? It's important because if we look at basically the number of statistics of just how many people are using the internet today, how many of those people are in the, if we look at U.S. citizens, how many of those people are getting their news on social media? And then the statistics are really high also for how many Americans are getting their science information from the internet and from social media. So just in terms of where we get our information, essentially, where we get our information, where we get our news, social media has become very, very important. Of course, some networks are more used than others, but I think it's important to kind of find people where they are, and increasingly today that's on social media. But of course, there can be selfish reasons too for using social media, which I'll talk about in a second. But really, social media can enhance knowledge dissemination. So it can help us as researchers share knowledge with other people. And if we understand the way sharing, like social sharing works, the kind of the science behind that, we can enhance that dissemination more than we otherwise could. So I love this book by Jonah Berger called Contagious, and it's really based on a whole slew of studies that he's conducted with some other researchers on what gets shared. So, I mean, they basically looked at a bunch of social media content and looked at, and news content, and looked at what people email to each other, what people tend to share on social media, what kind of stories will kind of go viral versus what won't. And they found some really common characteristics among stories that things that get shared. So I'm not going to talk a lot about them just because there isn't time to go through this whole book, but I mean, some of the things are things like telling a story, using emotions, and particularly like stimulating positive emotions. So actually, if you make someone angry or if you make someone really excited, they'll probably share an article with their friend. If you make them just kind of sad, or if they're just kind of content, not really excited about something, if it's kind of a down emotion, it tends not to get shared. And there's some other things too, like things that are really useful to people. So, I mean, if they see an article on 10 tips, how to, you know, cook your Thanksgiving turkey or something, they're going to tend to share that because it's very useful information. And they'll share that with their friends because they're going to see that maybe if I share this, my friends will find it useful, and I've just provided them with useful information. So by understanding a little bit about the psychology and the science of what gets shared, we can tap into that as scientists and how we share our scientific information on social media, and hoping that that might get, you know, amplified. Another, of course, there's, you know, selfish reasons too for using social media as a scientist. There's plenty of studies, you know, some are kind of mixed results, but there does seem to be an overall trend of social media amplifying our citations of scientific work. So there's some studies that look at highly tweeted articles being also more highly cited. This is, of course, it's a correlational study. It's not a causation study, but there's some indication that things that receive a lot of attention in social media, increased visibility in social media, also will get cited more by other scientists. And I personally see this as, well, look, today more and more of our colleagues, our scientific colleagues, are on social media. So it makes sense if we share things on social media, they might see it and be more likely to cite it in their work. So, you know, if you're kind of on the fence about the impact of social media, which I think as a scientist we should be, because we want to see the evidence and the data that it's effective, we can kind of look to some of these things to tell us whether it's worth our time to use social media. So if you want to use social media and you're kind of sold on that, here's just some useful tips for going forward. I always like to remind people, and it seems so silly to say, that social media is social. So it's about connections between people. It's about these very, you know, personal relationships. So if you imagine talking to somebody about your science, or talking to a friend, you know, you're sitting in the car talking to your friend, if you're just kind of throwing facts at them, maybe not even looking at them, or, you know, if you're doing some things that we might do in writing about our science online, they're probably going to tune out and not listen to us. So just imagine how you would have, you know, how you would talk to a friend if you're having coffee with them or something like that. The same thing applies to communicating your science on social media. So you have to, like, let them ask questions. You can't just, like, have a, you know, a tirade and never let them speak. You probably need to look at them. You might need to be smiling. You might need to, you know, have some personal connection with them to get them to really pay attention to your stories. So, again, just to remember that social media is about these social connections. It's not just another platform for you to broadcast information. So you really want to follow people. You want to interact with them. You want to try to always respond, you know, in appropriate cases, not to trolls or to people who are just, you know, trying to, you know, if you do cover science on controversial issues, there's situations where you might not want to respond, but in general, if people are asking a genuine question, you want to respond to them to build up these connections. And really, social media works best when you're creating really kind of interesting, original content. A lot of people kind of curate content on social media, which is certainly a useful thing to do. But as a scientist, if you're creating this really compelling content, you know, thinking about what's worth sharing and share that on social media, it'll probably get attention. And then, of course, as in any, like, strategic form of communication, you need to know your goals and your audience before you just jump into communicating science on social media. So in terms of that, you need to let your goals determine where and how you communicate about your science. So just because there is a Twitter, it doesn't mean you jump on Twitter and use it to communicate your science. You have to think about who are you trying to reach, what is your main goal? Is your main goal just to raise awareness and to spread information? Is your goal to build up a community of people who are going to participate on a citizen science project? Depending upon that goal, you're probably going to take very different strategies to what social network you're going to use and how you're going to use it. whether you're going to be mostly spreading information or whether it's needing to be like popular, very visual science to pull people in. You know, you have to think about these things before you just jump onto using social media. So just some tips, other tips to using social media is, one is just to be true to yourself. And this also seems silly, but, you know, just as in talking to a friend, you can't really, like, be fake and be, I don't know, and not kind of reveal something of yourself and still have a, you know, a close relationship with them. So just as on social media, it's often the scariest part for a scientist, but revealing something of yourself and being very genuine and transparent can help people think that, you know, see you as more like them, see you as more human, make them feel like they want to have a relationship with you more, that you're someone interesting that they might want to talk to, that you're not this, like, very, you know, intelligent but not very approachable person that can't ask questions to. So there is some, like, data behind why, you know, why we would want to appear this way on social media. So there's some really interesting studies that have come out lately that have shown that scientists, in the scale that's being used a lot to determine, like, trustworthiness or credibility of different occupations, scientists rate on this axis of competence to warmth, they rate as very competent. So people see them as very smart, very intelligent, very competent of doing scientific research, but they don't necessarily see them as very warm. So not like, you know, something like a teacher or a nurse would be considered a very warm person, very relatable, they share our values. Something like, you know, unfortunately lawyers are getting a bad rap with not being seen as very warm. And the scientists are there kind of in the middle, and this is a problem when we think about the messenger, right? So whenever we're communicating, the messenger of the message needs to be someone who's trusted, who we think we can relate to, who we think shares our values and our interests. And if not, we might tune out and not listen to what they're telling us. So as far as credibility as communicators, it's important that scientists do rate as warm as well as competent. So working on that aspect of ourselves when we're communicating science online could be very important to enhancing that credibility of science and public trust in science and scientists. Another thing is just to kind of find your wow, you know, to find that really exciting, the thing that most excited you about getting into science and doing your research. So much of the time we forget this when we're communicating with people. So I know I work at LSU and I help researchers communicate about their work. And so many times I ask them about what they do. Can you send me a picture of this? And they're just like, well, I mean, who wants to know about that? It seems so boring. And sometimes these researchers are doing amazing things, like working with coral, like dissecting corals or something. And they're just like, oh, I do that every day. It's boring. And I'm thinking, like, you dissect, like, fish brains. How is that boring? You know, but they kind of forget about that. So kind of reminding yourself every day as you're communicating about your science, what originally made you think, like, wow, this is so cool, and try to communicate that when you're talking to people that aren't scientists. So whether that's taking, you know, cool pictures in the lab or in the field, whether it's, you know, telling these amazing stories about what got you into science and what you love about your research, these are things that anyone can relate to, even if they're not a scientist. Of course, knowing your audience is super, super, super important. And this isn't just so that we can, you know, better tell them what we need them to know. It's not just like we need to know our audience, like what they know about DNA so that we know whether we have to explain DNA or not, whether we can use jargon or something like that. Of course, we need to know our audience in order to know what language we use to talk to them, but also we need to know them just so that we can know what their interests are. So, like, if I am speaking to a certain audience, how do I know whether I start with the methods of the science because they're really into, you know, field research or something, or how do I know that I need to start with the conclusions because they're policymakers and what they really want to know are, like, our results and how that's going to impact society. Knowing our audience can help us better communicate to them because we might relate to them better. We know what their interests are. We know how to connect with them. We know how to tell a story that means something to them. We know what not to say to offend them. There's so many reasons that knowing our audience can help us better communicate with them. So not just on the surface level, but really getting to know them. So that's kind of the thing of like before you start a talk, maybe asking the audience, who here is a scientist, who here isn't. Getting, at least the lay of the land of who is attending a talk or who you're talking to can help you better communicate and have a better relationship with them as you're communicating. We've had a lot of, several people already in this session have talked about telling stories, so I won't belabor that fact, but I will tell you that telling stories is so important to the way we communicate. As someone said, even going back through evolution, just as humans, we're so geared in our minds to hearing stories that it even sneaks into our science. So some scientists, some people think that scientists aren't necessarily good storytellers, and in fact, they're amazing storytellers because even how we write a scientific paper with our intro, our hypotheses, our results, our conclusion, this is a story. It's a narrative structure that we've decided that all of our research papers are going to stick to this structure because it makes so much sense for us as humans. So you always want to think about how you're telling a story, not just sticking a bunch of facts into, some PowerPoint slides, but how are you telling a story about yourself and about your science that will help people relate more to it. So one of the books I really recommend for this is called Wired for Story. It's not about science, or not about, how to communicate science, but it does use evidence-based, it does use data to show us what a story is and why it connects to people so much. And I really like this book because we often, as science communicators, tell people, tell a story. We tell them, if you're communicating science, tell a story. But while humans are great at recognizing a story, like you can tell me about your science and I'll be like, that was a good story or that wasn't a good story. And I feel really confident saying, kind of judging you on whether you told a story or not. But as humans, we're really bad about knowing, like, well, what is a story? Like, explaining story is actually very difficult. So if we look at it, we might think, okay, a story has to have a plot, but a plot isn't necessarily a story. Story is more than just plot. The plot is just something that happens in the story. It's just what gets us from A to B. A story has conflict, but conflict isn't necessarily a story. So we could present conflict, and that doesn't mean that that this is now all of a sudden the story just because we've set up like a good guy and a bad guy. There also has to be characters in stories. So hopefully that's human characters because people relate more to humans than they do to, non-human characters, like telling a story where, a cell or a piece of DNA is the character. It could certainly, help people relate more to it, but we relate more to human characters than anything. Can people still hear me? Because I'm getting a little red bar that I have a bad connection. So I guess just raise your hand if I need to repeat something. But at its very core, story is about internal change. And I really loved this point about Wired for Story, that in the end, story is about how we're communicating something that, has changed for us, whether we had a changed perspective because of something we found, or some other thing that's changed from the beginning of our story to the end. Nick, am I really choppy?
Well, I think might be a little bit, are you on Hardline or are you on Wi-Fi?
No, I am on Wi-Fi, but it's usually pretty solid here.
I think one of the issues might be because I chose early on to broadcast this in HD, and if there are a few people that don't necessarily have a great connection, it can slow the entire thing down. So we're going to go on. When we go on break, I'll go ahead and change that back to regular connection. A little bit of lag, a little bit of chop, but content matters more than anything else, and I think it's a lot of great content. So, yeah, you can keep going.
Perfect. If you have any questions about that, about what is story, of course, ask questions. But I do recommend this book to really tell you about how to best understand how you tell a story, so that you're not just starting from scratch. So this is my last slide. It's essentially just about how to make time for communicating your science using social media. There's some points here about, like, if you have, as a scientist, it's hard to find time for other things, because we're already doing so much. So some things you can do is take vacations from social media. You don't always have to be on all the time to really just kind of post when you're motivated. I mean, as a science blogger, I've now gotten to the point where I mostly post like once a month, or otherwise when I'm motivated. I don't feel a whole ton of pressure to do it otherwise, because if I'm not super motivated about it, it's probably going to be a bad, poorly written post anyway, so why kind of put it out there if I'm not super jazzed about it? Another thing I've been encouraging our researchers to do is to really incorporate social media into what they're already doing. So if you have to read a research paper for work, why not, blog about it? Because you're already probably having to assimilate it and write a summary on it anyway. So pulling it into making it useful for yourself as a researcher can be a really good way to make time for it, to put things out there on social media. So that is it. If anyone wants to ask questions.
That's great. Paige, thank you very much. The audio sounds great. The video gets a little choppy, but okay. I think your audio has been fantastic. So there are a couple of questions that came in. Dan Agan posed a really interesting question about, how do you compete with misinformation and present that authoritative voice in the uncurated Wild West of social media? Yeah. How do you respond to the haters or to those that really want to, kind of challenge you to that? I mean, there are so many different ways to go at it, but is that something that you've ever really had to deal with?
So, me personally, not necessarily. I think, I'm mostly communicating about science communication. It's not necessarily something I'm getting, like a controversial topic like climate change or something where I'm getting, people kind of arguing with me hardcore or seeing a lot of misinformation out there. But, so this is a hard question. Countering misinformation in social media is incredibly difficult because social media, for the same reasons that it amplifies information, period, it also amplifies misinformation.
Yeah.
So a lot of people use this as a way to say, like, well, look, social media is just all bad, but at the same time, like, we don't have anything to do to it but to at least be there as scientists. So if social media is a whole bunch of misinformation, and the least we can do as scientists is to be present on social media to counter some amount of that misinformation. If social media networks were a majority scientists, then there probably wouldn't be so much misinformation.
Yeah, sure.
But, you do the best that you can. And on an individual level, there are some strategies there's certainly some strategies that don't work. So countering myths or countering misinformation, there are some things to be aware of. Like the fact that if you repeat a myth in order to break it down, sometimes what you end up doing is just amplifying that myth. Like people often will forget the source of information, but will remember that thing that really stuck out to them. So you might repeat some piece of information to say, hey, this is wrong, but just because you repeated it, that's actually what people remember. There's also some things where if you just tell people straight out, like, that's wrong or you're wrong, they might have a counter effect because they really, like, for some reason, that piece of misinformation, something about vaccines maybe that appeals to their morals, maybe it appeals to their values in some way that they have a hard time letting go of that piece of misinformation for reasons other than just science. And so when that happens, you have to address those other things too. Like, why are they sticking to that piece of misinformation?
Right.
It's really important to who they are, to their social identity or something.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of, science there and psychology of how to best counter some of these things when they're tied up in other factors. So just some things to be aware of. I think you have to try.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that you said that, because I think if you run away from the conversation, you've lost all the opportunity. And I totally get it. It's very natural. It's very human to kind of want to escape that conflict when you know conflict is present or it's, coming. Be very centered and in the moment and speak to what you know. And for, when you get those questions, or it just, it's not so much try to avoid conflict, but try to engage enough in conversation so that you understand where that individual is coming from. You will gain a lot of information, a lot of knowledge on what's valuable to them and how they self-identify with whatever information they're sharing, or they want to, tell you whether you believe it's wrong or not, may not necessarily be the forum for, having that argument. I'm on Reddit frequently, and if anybody's ever been to Reddit, it's like drinking from a fire hose, and it's very indicative of Reddit to get, I don't want to call them haters, but they're definitely contrarians that want to just get and engage in a great debate, but not always healthy, so it's important to, at times, to just agree to disagree, or, but don't run away from it, and it's not ever going to be anything that you can't recover from. I don't want to, you don't want to get a restraining order in case you have those kind of followers, and hope it never comes to that. But really, try very hard not to run from those conversations, because it's where the value really is in social media, and being able. And you and I have had a few great conversations, on social media. It's just don't run from it. But obviously you do want to be careful sometimes, because you just never know who's on the other end of the pipe. So, and are there any other questions? Anybody out there? I want to make sure that, that everybody gets a break here in just a little bit. We have been going for quite a while, and I just want to give everybody about a 15-minute break, a little bio break or some kind, and then we'll come back. Last minute, any other questions? One thing I'm sure that a lot of people are probably thinking about is, how much time should I really spend, in social media to be effective? Does it, and there's no one simple answer to that for everybody, but, when you think about spending how much time per day or per week in social media, what do you suggest, Paige?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I spend way too much.
By choice, though, right? I mean, it's not like...
Well, not all. Like, now this is my job. So now I actually social media fatigue sometimes.
Yeah. Important to let everybody know, too, that Paige is the science communication specialist for LSU.
Well, LSU College of Science.
Yeah, but I mean, still, that's I'm a Gator fan, so I'm not gonna go about that. I respect the Tigers, but yeah, I mean, you do have a responsibility because of your position, but mixing that with even some of your personal time, how do you choose those?
Yeah, so I mean, I've heard other researchers. I recently went to Georgia Tech for a science communication seminar. I mean, one of the researchers there just said, look, she flat out dedicates 20 minutes a day to any social media. She kind of sets it like that. No, basically almost like setting a timer and saying I'll dedicate this amount of time, whatever I can get done, it gets done. I always tell people that, look, a lot of people worry about getting on social media because of the time constraints. They're like, well, if I can only dedicate an hour a week or an hour a month to Twitter, is it even worth doing it? What I tell people is that, especially on social media, it sounds terrible to say, but let's say you start a blog and you only post once a month, maybe once every 2 months. No one's going to necessarily notice when you don't post. They're not going to really miss you. They're just not really going to care. and then when you do post something that's interesting, especially the way social media works today, I could post a blog post. I could not blog for 3 months and then post something that is interesting and valuable, and then I could tweet about it, and all of a sudden people are going to jump on it just because, not necessarily because they subscribe to my blog, but because I shared it on these other networks. So the way social media works today is if you do use social media regularly, on a regular basis, and regularly put out good information, you will get many more followers than if you don't do it regularly.
Yes.
But I would say don't be afraid. If you can't do it so regularly, don't use that as something to say, like, I shouldn't do it.
Right.
Because however much you can do it regularly, you will get the benefits of doing that. But it's okay if you can only do it once every so often.
Absolutely. Just
get benefit from that.
Just start. Right.
Yeah.
And I think for a lot of people, and there's starting and stopping and starting and stopping and starting and stopping. I think everybody really starts that way until they find out what their sweet spot is with time and what they're, able to. At one point, I was, I'm an entrepreneur. I have 3 different companies that I'm trying to run at the same time, and there are ways, social media management tools like Buffer and Hootsuite, and some of those things that you can use. For a lot of people, that doesn't necessarily improve the time spent. Sometimes it actually can expand it, but you can, schedule your social media posts to go out to your various feeds at certain times. They can even, predict for you when it will be the best time to send a certain tweet with an image or just a tweet without one, and those kind of things. So those can be really helpful. But then there's nothing wrong with just being in the moment and you discover something and wanting to share it right away. I mean, that is a great moment. And in fact, I think I've seen more conversations and interactions with those present and in the moment sharing opportunities.
Right.
Because when you connect with that right person at the right time with the right content, that is 100 times more valuable and relevant. And so, I mean, that's what I would say to that kind of question. Be social when you have time to be social.
Right.
And if you push it and you press it, it does come across as being a little labored and may not necessarily seem as genuine. But you will discover that as you go. The most important thing, of course, is to just start.
Yeah.
So,
I kind of get back to that aspect of it. It is about social connection. So
yeah.
Because you don't force information like to have a relationship with your friends, but it's not very often. It might not be the best.
It happens, but yes, I totally agree. So, Paige, thanks a lot. I really do appreciate you joining us. You and I have had some great conversations. I hope to have many, many more. Would love to have you come back anytime. We're going to try to do these CoLabs once a month. This first one, of course, is much longer. We're going to make them shorter, and we really want to focus on subject areas, have more conversation, and really deep dives. So, fantastic intro. Thank you very much for being here, and we will definitely follow you at From the Lab Bench.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, just want to be able to take a little bit of break. Give everyone about let's say 15 minutes. So it's 1:25 p.m. on the East Coast here in the U.S. So we'll come back here in 15 minutes at 1:40. Before we go, I definitely want to thank our co-sponsors here today that have made this event possible. Thank you very much to the SETI Institute for lending us Seth Shostak today. That's been great. Sharing us out on their social media as well. Really fascinating work going on by what I consider to be visionaries among visionaries. If you get a chance, go to SETI.org. They could certainly use your support and would like to have more conversation with their followers. Also wanted to thank our contributing partners at Ninja Communications. Their CEO and co-founder, Dan Agan, has been on today, which is fantastic. Hopefully he can join us later. Be sure to check out ninjacoms.com. They do an awful lot of work with scientists and helping them become the messengers. They are consultants and great teachers. Also, huge thanks to the folks at Science Disrupt in the UK. They have a podcast. Check them out at sciencedisrupt.com. These are also visionaries in science, the disruptors in science, and how research is practiced and shared. Check them out. So thanks to everybody there. And so let's go ahead and take a little bit of a break. I've got a few videos and things to share with you. Hello, everybody. We are back. Want to make sure that everybody is on. Real quick, wish turn that down. Paul Sutter, how are you?
Pretty great. How are you, Nick?
I am awesome. Everybody, this is Paul Sutter. He is an astrophysicist at Ohio State University, but he's also the host of Ask a Spaceman, which is a YouTube and podcast series. And he's, if that isn't enough, the chief scientist at the COSI Science Center in Columbus, Ohio. You are a very busy man.
A busy boy. I like to have way too many more projects than time.
That's, hey, full disclosure for everybody, Paul Sutter is a client at SpacetimeLabs, and we have weekly phone calls, and we talk about his communications plans and some of the opportunities that he either develops or these things that come across the transom for him that present some really exciting opportunities for his science communication. I was recently on the weekly space hangout with Fraser Kane, and Paul is a frequent contributor to that program every week on Fridays. And when I was having a discussion with Fraser about Paul Sutter, he referred to Paul Sutter as a beast, which was one of my favorites.
I'll take it as a compliment.
Well, of course, it was meant that way too, because of just how much you do. But you didn't start out that way.
No. Even up to a couple years ago, I was full-time astrophysics research.
At Ohio State University, correct?
At this time, back then, I was actually somewhat split. My postdoctoral appointment was in Trieste, Italy, but I had my wife and family live here in Columbus, so I had a visiting appointment at OSU. So I was employed by Italy, but I was back and forth all the time, doing 100% research, just writing papers, going to conferences, writing code, doing simulations, all my fun astrophysics research that I still get to do.
Yeah.
But a couple years ago, I had been itching to do some more outreach. I had done classroom visits, I'd given talks, but I wanted to do something digital, and so I started a podcast. And I figured, just what is the easiest thing for me to do, the lowest barrier to entry, and that was stick a microphone in front of my face and start talking.
Right,
because I give scientific presentations all the time. I give talks all the time, so I could just talk about my research. I could talk about my work, and that was the birth of Ask a Spaceman. Right.
I've got to show everybody. This is just kind of the intro piece that you have up on the website, but I absolutely love it. So let me just find it here.
By the way, and this is like all the stuff I do. Check it out. I've got clips from Ask a Spaceman where I answer questions that people ask on social media all about space and time, physics, and astronomy.
Love it. I love it. That's one of that's a great entry into the rest of the Ask a Spaceman. When you reached out to me originally and to Spacetime Labs, we had initially a conversation, but I think it was in your email when you reached out that you were agent to the stars.
Yeah. I started putting that on my business cards about a year ago as the worst joke possible, and it kind of stuck.
It did, and it stuck with us, and that's why, we were, and we never really felt that we would have scientists as individuals, as clients, because we understand time constraints, we understand budget constraints, but again, there's got to be some way that we can work directly, whether it's communications coaching, social media coaching, or whatnot. And so when you reached out to us, that was kind of a no-brainer. But it was the agent to the stars that we thought was the perfect kind of knock on the doorbell to the public of this can be a lot of fun. It's astrophysics. Yes, it's very complex stuff. It can be really mind-bending and face-melting when you really get into the deep part of it. But if you start at that 30,000-foot view first and look at that kind of big picture, 30,000 light years, 30 million, as we're looking at now, 39 million, right, is TRAPPIST-1. Right, 39 million.
39, just 39 light years. It's actually just
39 light years
in galactic terms. It's right by the pharmacy.
So we've obviously spent a lot of time talking about your communication plans, a lot of the things that you have in the works. But again, let's just kind of go back early on about why you felt that communicating science was just as important for you as researching the science.
Yeah, and I think your other panelists have touched on this, is that scientists really are good communicators. Like we get this stereotype that we're horrible communicators, that we don't know how to talk, that we don't know how to present information, but we really do. It's actually part of our training. Part of the PhD training is to train scientists how to communicate. We're constantly writing papers. We're constantly giving presentations. We're constantly in meetings with colleagues. We have to defend our own ideas. We have to articulate our points. We have to make good cases. Like, it's just a part of being a scientist, but we're very specialized communicators. We're very good communicators in a specific language, in the language of mathematics, in the language of statistics, in the jargon that we use to describe the natural world. We're trained communicators in that realm. And jumping to talking to the public, for me personally, it was just another challenge. It was another fun thing to do. I love, in my scientific side, in my research side, I love sharing what I found out. I love sharing the results of my research. I love writing papers and going to conferences and giving presentations. And for me, sharing what I know and what I love about the universe with general audiences, with the public, is just another branch of that training. It's another branch of what I'm doing anyway as a science, just translated into a different language.
Right. So was there a moment? You talked about it a little bit, but what was, I guess, what was that definitive moment or clue that you were really good at this, that communicating to the public was something that, there was a connection being made and you felt really good about it, it was rewarding, and then to do it again, and then was that next time as rewarding?
Right.
Or is it something you think about or you just naturally do?
It's a skill like anything else. It's something that I try to practice and develop and work on myself. I do remember when I was giving my dissertation talk, when I was giving my PhD defense at the University of Illinois in 2011, which is where I got my PhD. There was a teacher who was on my committee. He had been one of my professors. He was a guy I really respected. I loved his classes. I learned a lot from his cosmology courses. And after the defense, I got my PhD. We're doing all the handshakes. And he says, "You're an excellent speaker. That is something that will really serve you well. Do that as much as you can."
Wow.
And so right there, he's like, he acknowledged that, and I really respected and looked up to him. And so that was huge praise coming from him.
You had a mentor, right? I mean, that's a validation from somebody who's, I don't necessarily want to use the authority, but that is that kind of Gandalf kind of figure in your space there.
He didn't have the beard. He was very clean shaven.
But
he did wear robes. That was a little bit weird.
Yeah.
No, I've never not had mentors.
Yeah, that's great.
Every moment in my life, I've had people I look up to, people I respect, who have helped me, who have coached me, who have guided me, who have helped point me in the right direction every stage. And I took that professor's words, like, hey, you're good at speaking. And I used that in my postdoctoral research career of giving as many talks as I could.
Right.
And when I started the podcast, to Ask a Spaceman, I just thought, I'll just do this on the side. It would be a little thing. Let's see where it goes. Because I have no idea. I've never done this before. I've never made a podcast. I'll put a few episodes out there, plan out a few months of episodes, and just see what happens. And the response was immediate. The response was huge. It wasn't the biggest podcast in the world, but in terms of absolute numbers, like the people who were downloading the episode, who were talking about it, who were emailing me with more questions, within like 3 months, it was the biggest outreach thing anyone in my department had ever done.
Yeah.
So who cared if it's not like the number one podcast in the world? It's the number one outreach thing in the physics department.
Right.
And just that was enough. I said, this is really fun. It's really rewarding. I want to try to do more things like it.
Right. And in that same way, I mean, it's taken you time. I mean, you did get some great and immediate response. You had an opportunity to engage in conversation that people were sending you questions. So already you're getting an idea of what your next podcast or your next, eventually as you launch the YouTube series, you're getting this feedback from people, and that's giving you the clue as to what's valuable to that audience. Those that are, and again, it's not like you have Neil deGrasse Tyson numbers. You don't have Star Talk numbers, but that doesn't matter. That's not necessarily the goal.
That's not the game.
No, of course not. And that never was Dr. Tyson's goal either, right, with Star Talk. The idea that those who do attach with you or attach to you and want to engage with you, you invite them in, keep them as close as you can, and serve on their values and those questions that they're asking you. So what is the evolution from the podcast? Because this, I think, is pretty interesting for a lot of our viewers and attendees here. What was the catalyst to say, you know what, I think I'm going to go ahead and do film. I'm going to go ahead and video this thing. And what did it take to do? I mean, what were just, even just the details on how to kind of ramp up from there?
Yeah, so it started with the podcast, and very early on I started recording the episodes. Just because, I don't know, I felt like it. If I'm going to invest the time, I might as well capture the video too. And shortly after I started the podcast, I started getting more exposure here in Columbus. I started appearing on evening news and morning news. I started doing more camera work. And I would watch myself on the camera, and I said, wow, I look like a moron. Like, I'm moving my hands like this. Like, what is my face doing? Like, I got to get this under control. Because I'm not a trained communicator. I'm not a trained TV presenter. I'm not a trained podcaster. I'm a trained scientist. So I've got to learn and I've got to study of how to amplify my presentation skills, because I want the science to be front and center, and I don't want to do anything as a presenter to get in the way of that science. Right. So I started publishing my videos on YouTube. I used a Patreon so my listeners, my audience could help contribute to paying for gear, to buying supplies, just so I could watch myself more often and I could stop. I still use my hands like crazy. My hands have mine there, but that's like my superpower. But at least I'm not doing this as I'm talking. I'm not sticking my fingers in my mouth. It's just I wanted to improve as a presenter, and the only way to do it was to watch the tapes.
And just keep doing it, right? Just
keep doing it. Especially if you look back at my videos from 2 years ago, it's with a crappier camera, it's with crappier lights. It's granulated. Now it's not like my videos now are super highly polished. I still self-produce them. I don't have time to add animations or any fancy stuff. It's just me in front of the camera. but it's every video I'm actually like learning how to be a better science communicator.
Wow.
With every podcast, with every video, with every TV appearance, with every article on space.com, with every stage production that I produce. I'm learning how to do it better, and I'm hoping that people are just come along for the ride.
Right, and that's something that I didn't mention, when I introduced you, because the list is long, Paul, and I didn't, want to. But I mean, you do write a lot as well. I mean, we don't want to go deep dive into things yet, because you've got a few books in the works, right? And then, I know, and then you're writing articles on space.com, and so how do you jump from obviously the podcast is created while you're doing the video, but you also create videos for COSI, the Science Center, and then you're writing these articles. Where do you find that kind of common stream that goes through there? And how do you keep that all together? The high level subject matter, of course, is astrophysics.
Right.
But do you choose which details to add for an article that you don't add in a video? How do you kind of manage all those things?
Yeah, I'm trying to create this illusion that I'm a really busy guy, but really I spend hours on hours a day just napping.
Yeah.
And then I wake up and do like 1 hour productive work, but I try to make that 1 hour like really, really productive.
Really productive.
And I do that because, I try to look cleanly at what I'm good at, what's my knowledge, what are my skills, and what can I outsource, for lack of a better term, to other people. So when it comes to the podcast, I used to self-produce it. I used to do all the editing myself, all the like the actual production end. But now I have a partner. I work with WCBE Radio here in Columbus, and they let me use studio space, and I pay for an editor to actually professionally produce, to engineer the episodes and produce them. And so that means I can spend less time on the actual mechanics of production and more time on the writing and the thinking. And when I decide on a topic for a podcast, I usually, like 80% of it's already in my brain, just stuff I've learned as part of my education and my experience. But I will do research, make sure all the puzzle pieces fit together, create a narrative out of it, and I have a set of notes. And it's just from that notes, so I don't actually script my episodes. I just have bullet points.
You're right.
And I sit in the studio and I have a conversation with the audience. It's a one-way conversation, but it's off the cuff, it's unpracticed, it's unrehearsed, just based on those notes as I'm going through them. Then I take those same notes and I break off a couple little sections. And after I'm done in the studio, I go home and I record the videos, like a couple 5-minute long videos, kind of digging a little bit deeper into that little subtopic, that little self-contained nugget. Then I take the same set of notes and I flesh them out into an article. I actually turn it from bullet points into paragraphs of narrative.
Right.
And so it's that process of what do I do best, which is actually using my knowledge base, building a narrative, building a story around that. And what are all the different venues where I can push that same knowledge? Because I know, and I've seen this, people who listen to my podcast generally don't watch YouTube videos. Mm-hmm. People who watch my YouTube videos generally don't start subscribing to the podcast. And people who read my articles generally don't jump to YouTube or jump to the podcast. Sure. Overall, there is some cross-pollination. But it's about seeing these audiences, seeing these segments of audiences and saying, how can I bring this science to that audience? How can I bring it over here? How do I reshape this bit of knowledge into something this group of people will enjoy and appreciate?
Well, and knowing your audience is critical, and that you have them somewhat segmented across the various mediums. and what's great is that your personality, your character, all the Paul is still there in each one of those things. And, you know, there's always been, you know, kind of, we've had these discussions back and forth when you've been presented with opportunities, and you've asked me that question, do you think this would help or hinder, you know, my plans going forward in developing my message and the product that I'm doing? My response is that, you know, obviously there's no such thing as help nor hinder. Don't think kind of the black and white way. Understand the opportunity and the value for you of what's, you know, being created, as in, you know, more content, more distribution, more reach. You know, if content is king, right, distribution is the kingdom. And story is God. I mean, that is, and what you do in each one of those is story, but there's plenty of Paul that goes along with that makes it unique. There are a lot of things that you do talk about in dark energy, dark matter, and black holes and space-time that I think a lot of people, especially in your channels and in your communities, have probably heard this, some of it before, and it overlaps, where you don't change the facts and you don't necessarily change the story. You do kind of change the way you tell it a little bit, especially if there's some breaking news in science, like with Enceladus. We're finding out about, you know, oceans and Enceladus and the possibilities and those things. So when you hear a piece of breaking news like that, how do you start incorporating that into one or all of those channels?
Yeah, so when it comes to news content, I try to keep my podcast as evergreen as possible, where you could listen to them 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and they'll still be relevant, assuming no major breakthroughs or revolutions in astronomy. But so when it comes to doing, say, I recently did a podcast about Europa. And of course, when I'm talking about ocean worlds, the same thing occurs on Enceladus. Pluto itself might have an ocean underneath it. And so I talk about the latest news is about that there might be deep sea hydrothermal vents, a source of energy on Enceladus. Well, my podcast was recorded a few months ago, and it's already been published, where we didn't have this confirmed result of hydrothermal vents. But I knew that interest in that was coming down the line. I didn't know what the results would be, but I know this is something we're trying to figure out. And so that's how I wrapped it into the discussion months ago is, hey, if we're hunting for life, we need a source of energy, and hydrothermal vents might be a good source of energy, so you never know. And then when the news comes out that there are hydrothermal vents on Enceladus, I can point back to the episode and say, hey, you just learned about hydrothermal vents on Enceladus. Check out this 40-minute long podcast to give you the background for that information, the context that you need to understand why this news result is a big deal. So it's constantly back and forth. It's about trying to understand and gauge where the research trends are going and kind of address that in the episode without getting too specific, because I want the podcast to be enjoyed next year and 5 years from now, regardless of what news is breaking. And
that is kind of the perfect example of the space-time thinking that we refer to, and how we kind of came up with the name for Spacetime Labs, is that time is rarely factored into our design as creatives. And so when you have an opportunity, like you said, Enceladus news breaks, and you can talk about these thermal vents and then be able to go back and reference, you are able to kind of bring past into the present, right, by having your listeners go back to here's value that happened, you know, a couple of months ago or last year when we talked about Europa. And that is the beauty of having a series instead of just a one-off video.
Right.
Because it is always, you know, each episode is leaving a little bit of want, right, in the audience to want to hang on to see what, not just what the next episode will be, but especially if you're doing a multi-parter, right, you could repackage Europa, Enceladus, whatever we begin to find out about the planets around TRAPPIST-1, and eventually you know, bundle them together into a separate product, even though that they've already really been developed. So a series is critical for anybody out there. You know, the one-off video, look, there's definitely value in that. Don't misunderstand us. But when you can create a story in an episodic or serial delivery, you are bringing an audience along that you've captured over time to keep them engaged. Their questions will guide you for that direction and where to go. They will tell you an awful lot, which I'm sure your audience, Paul, has told you, have guided you and improved your delivery and the content and those kind of things. Listen to your audience because they give you clues on what you want to do next, right?
Absolutely. I have actually have a backlog of about 400 unanswered questions. And I'm working on, I swear, I promise I will answer your question. I take every question seriously. It may just not be this day.
Right. Now,
I'll get there.
We are taking questions for Paul right now. So if anybody has a question of any kind, please go ahead.
And I promise I'll answer it right now.
And he will answer it right now. Right. You're not going to go to the back of the line of 400. But, you know, a healthy backlog is a good thing. Those ideas that may not get produced right away, you can always be thinking about. Like you said, you make yourself notes. When Scott Morgan earlier was showing us the image of, you know, his post-it notes around his laptop and his bullet points and you know, how he prepares for the interview. I have them all over my walls. You know, I have a whiteboard and I stick post-it notes on there, something that'll come to mind. I also, you know, send myself, silly as it is, send myself emails or, you know, saving articles to Pocket or, you know, some other online application. So a healthy backlog is good, and that really kind of feeds the beast of developing a serial podcast or, you know, YouTube.
And that audience that's been going with me for over 2 years now, that's been growing with me, that is, to me, the most precious thing in the world. I wish I could do every episode and spend half of it thanking the audience. Because they're the ones that are doing it. And that's why I started working with you, is because I wanted to make sure, as the podcast led to other opportunities that I'm now taking advantage of, I wanted to make sure that the audience that brought me here and is going on this journey with me is treated right, that they're served in the way that I keep my promises to them. Even if I've never articulated a promise to them, I have a commitment to them, just like they're committed to me. I want to be committed to them. I want to show them the respect that they deserve, and make sure that I'm always serving their interests, no matter what direction I go in.
Well, I think you're connecting that interest, the audience interest, with the interest of the science and the research that you're sharing. So, because they are pretty much the same thing when you get right down to it. We got a question from Dan Agan again. How much time, on average, does it take to produce Ask the Spaceman? I'm assuming that he's referring to a single episode, but yeah.
So I do 2 episodes a month, and I record them back to back, and I will spend one weekend, like say a Friday to Sunday, writing it, taking all the notes, gathering all the information. In fact, I just did it last weekend. Yeah. And then tomorrow, and so I have those notes. Tomorrow I go in studio. I have 2 hours of studio time booked, so it's 2 hours recording session. And then that gets passed off to the editor, which I can't say like how much of a relief that is not to have to listen to myself for hours at a time to do all my own editing. And it's not very expensive either. And it's all my Patreon supporters. That's what they're doing, is supporting the editing of the podcast. So it's 2 hours to record, and then I get the completed file, and I spend maybe a half hour doing all of the tagging and the show notes and posting it online into the distribution service. That's maybe a half hour, and then I spend a couple hours to actually write each article.
Right. Wow. Wow. And do you do your own editing, or do you have an editor for your articles that you can?
So yeah, there's Space.com editors, there's line editors, copy editors. So I will do a draft, I'll send them out, and then when they're ready to publish, a couple days before they're ready to publish, I'll get a marked up draft with notes. So I spend another, say, half hour per article cleaning up each piece before it's pushed out.
And I think this is what's also interesting to bring up as part of developing a science experience, aside from the very human-centered focus of how you deliver with your personality and your character and all that, Paul, is to show that, or to have that connection between podcast, between YouTube, between the articles that you write, the special projects that you do, live artistic and dance performances. That's not to say Paul's dancing around, but the
you never know.
You never know. We will pay to see that. But also, we'll save that one for later. but that you're also very active in social media, and how all of those connect. It is the single astrophysics story that's being spread throughout so many different channels. It's rare, and it's hard to do. It takes a lot of work. It's rare that it's done. In fact, I don't know if it's done by any one person. You have a team. You certainly do have help doing everything.
Yeah, absolutely. It started with the podcast, and I was able to get some help. Started doing videos. Started getting some more help. Was able to add writing for space.com. And then got some help, was able to be more active on social media. Had a lot of help and was able to produce a live dance performance being from astronomy that will be on PBS member stations this June. Tons of help, and it's every step of the way. There's help, there's guidance, there's people who want to be a part of these projects. Whether just one-off for one particular project or in for the ride, to be a continuing part of it, and it's amazing to see when I look back over the past 2 years of how it just started with just me in my home office in front of a brand new $90 microphone I bought off Amazon. To start this podcast, and how it's just grown from there, and all the dozens, probably hundreds of people, not even including audience and Patreon supporters, just the hundreds of people in my own life that have intersected with me, that have opened up new opportunities that I would never have thought possible, even when I started that podcast.
Yeah, and it's important for everybody here to understand that this does not happen overnight, and it definitely requires a team. You build your team over time. You build that success. You build that community over time. But the most important thing, of course, is to just start. And then as that story grows and you start to define that story more, and it has that human-centered focus, you are building an experience from that story, and then you're creating channels that amplifies that story. You're doing it right, Paul, and we're excited to be working with you. There are some amazing things ahead. So I would encourage people to just kind of follow along with Paul. You can check him out on YouTube, and you can find him on social media, Ask a Spaceman, and just about every Friday you're on Weekly Space Hangout.
I always have the intention of going on every Friday on the Weekly Space Hangout.
Yeah.
Sometimes my nap schedule does get out of whack, and so it just overlaps with that. And then you don't want me groggy because I can't really focus and pay attention. So I don't think I'll be on this Friday, but next Friday I probably will.
Weekly Space Hangout, Fraser Kane. It's a really cool show. I had the honor of being on there talking about Spacetime Labs, and it was pretty exciting. So, and again,
speaking of supporters, Fraser Kane promotes me like nobody's business.
Yeah.
Actually, like his business. And he gives me opportunities to appear on Weekly Space Hangout as a panelist. And he gets nothing out of it. It's not like I'm paying $50 every week to appear. But he has this mentality. Really, really wonderful guy, and he serves as a role model for me because he's writing articles, he's doing YouTube videos, he's making podcasts. He's out there trying to do this work of science communication and trying to find other people to help to incorporate into his world and to promote so that they can go off and do wonderful things. Oh yeah, and they do. He is an incredibly cool guy, and it's a very cool show that they have every Friday. It's weekly Space Hangout. Is there any last bit of advice that you would want to share with our viewers before we move on to the next segment? I think you hit the nail on the head, and that's just if you're interested in science outreach or science communication, just get started. Yeah. Just do it, because I could have spent months upon months spinning my wheels about that podcast, just thinking of all the possibilities, researching different microphones and different distribution services, and listening to 50 of them, to try to get a sense of, what's my niche, blah, 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 blah. Just pick a foot. That's a dancing metaphor, is you can't dance if your weight is split between two feet. You must pick a foot if you want to move. You have to settle your weight somewhere. You have to make a decision. Start with your confidence. Right. Yeah, and just or actually start with your unconfidence. Like, move in a direction, especially for me when it came to podcasting and doing video, move in a direction that makes you the most uncomfortable. Oh, move in a direction that takes you the most outside of your comfort zone. Amazing things happen when you do that. There's no doubt. That's when you're going to learn. That's where you're going to learn. But it's hard to do. That is a very difficult step to take in that direction for many, many scientists, and not just scientists, but anybody looking to create communications and various products of all kinds. Absolutely. And that was the hardest thing, to get to have that first episode out there was the most nerve-wracking thing. And now it's routine. Now the podcast is my comfort zone. Yeah. And making the YouTube videos is my comfort zone. People will make horrible comments on my YouTube channel because people on YouTube are horrible, I guess. That's just the way the universe is. Reddit's a little tougher. Reddit's tougher, but starting on Reddit. But you ignore that and you see that people support you. Say, wow, I really enjoyed this video. Or the best is when someone says, I've heard about this topic for years, but I finally watched your video, and now I have the aha moment. And that is gold, and that is what I live for. Yeah, that's great. I mean, we've never run a CoLab publicly like this in a webinar environment, but we knew that was something that we had to do, and we needed to start. And right away, I mean, just immediately from interaction we're getting with our attendees here. I mean, look, we're learning from you. Spacetime Labs wants to interact and have conversations whenever and wherever possible so that we can understand that community of scientists and researchers. What can we build that's most valuable for you? How can we fine-tune these collabs monthly on subjects that are going to be of great benefit? And we were happy to give that away, to them. But we need to be in a forum where we can have a conversation so that we can learn and we can create better value. Look, we love to think of ourselves as the Pixar for science and education. We'd like to think that eventually we can be creating games and other great experiences for people to understand how research works. We firmly believe that science is the new startup. And you don't have to be a scientist to practice research and to learn and to become more literate in science because, well, science is everything. That's kind of how we go. So, Paul, thanks a lot for being with us, for joining and helping out the people here in attendance. We're big fans, and our conversation with you every week is absolutely one of our favorites. So thanks again for joining, and you're welcome to stay on and answer or ask questions and stay active. So, all right. Thanks a lot. Agent to the stars. Thanks again for having me. Thank you. Take care. Okay, our next presenter is Hunter Whitney, and I actually met Hunter. I think we met online. That's right. I think that is right, yeah. And I think you had originally approached me about doing some art for one of your books. We had talked about some data viz and some other things. Very exciting stuff. And so we've kind of been following each other ever since.
because I've been a user experience practitioner for many years. We're sharing a lot of the same material. We're liking and tweeting each other's material. And of course, I've read your books, and so it just was a perfect full circle when developing this first CoLab on developing and creating science experiences, that data visualization and UX design is a critical component of that. There are so many people attending today that are from the UX professionals user group on LinkedIn. My friend Tony Mora is, I think he's the curator of that group or one of the founders of that group. And I said, could you post this up there? I think a lot of people in your group would be pretty interested in understanding, and contributing, helping scientists to understand what the user experience is of science for non-experts, for non-scientists. And wow, just the attendance and registrations exploded overnight once he did that. And that's when we knew, yes, I'm so glad that I have Hunter Whitney here on the show. So, because many of your peers are here, which I think is exciting. And, we have been through user experience. Difficult to help, scientists understand what user experience. If you ask 10 people in user experience what UX is all about, you'll get 11 or 12 answers about it, because in a lot of ways, how it applies to a product or an experience that you're designing, the audience that you're designing it for, all of those things are relevant and very important. So you have written a couple of books. Data Insights is the one that I mentioned specifically, but you're a senior consultant and you're an instructor at UC Davis in their Coursera component on data visualization and UX design. You've got some other projects in the works and a video that you wanted to kind of share with us as kind of a sneak peek. And I wanted to be able to show that first and play that first for everybody here before you start with your presentation. Do you mind?
Not at all. Thanks.
No.
That's great.
All right. Hold on, folks. Here we go. sorry. I think some other people were having some issues with audio. Definitely recommended refreshing your page if there's an issue. And Hunter, you can hit your camera anytime to come back on. Camera or microphone. I think I have you all set up. There you are.
Okay. Great.
There you go.
All right.
I think what's super cool about that video, and I know that this is, part of a series that you're developing, so this is really a first look. I appreciate you sharing that with us and give us the sneak peek.
Mm-hmm.
It was always cool to give your community. But at the very end there, which I think is just such an important part, that the differences are the leverage points and the opportunities to create something of really unique value there, because you can build on those differences, and most people, almost human nature, tend to discount them or run away from them or not see the value that's in it. But it's important to recognize that. So hopefully you can give us a better perspective on how to kind of leverage those differences. And I'm going to go ahead and turn off my camera and mic. I want to make sure, first of all, that you have the opportunity to navigate through the slides.
Let's see here.
You see everything there? Okay.
Yeah, looks okay.
Excellent.
Don't go too far away.
No. I certainly won't. I have to say, Big Marker is the platform that we're running this program through, and what we expect to do every month with them. So it's not a program that we've spent more than a month or two, testing. It is a fantastic program, and we're very happy with it. But it's a learning curve to some of the interface there. But as UX experts, we could certainly give them some tips and some help on how to improve their product. But I'm very happy with it. So I'm going to stay very close, but I'm going to go ahead and let you run it.
All right, sounds good. Running a little bit late, I know, so I'll make it quick. Hope everyone at least got to see part of the video that I shared. Basically, it talks about, if you didn't have a chance to see it or the audio wasn't working, essentially the idea is that there are three people in front of an elephant. They couldn't see the elephant. They experienced different parts of the elephant, and they had no idea what they were actually observing. They were very isolated in their data collection approach. And in science, there's a huge and important and good reason why we want to isolate variables. We want to isolate and reduce things down to study them carefully. But in the process of doing that, and especially in terms of science communication, it's also important to relate it back to a big picture. And I think there are two ways that I'd like to talk about that do that, and they've been discussed already a little bit, but data visualization and storytelling. I'm going to talk about data visualization first. And the main theme here, to keep it short, is that by visualizing data in ways that are more tangible and more accessible to a larger number of people, you're going to open up the possibilities of more people to engage, interact, and share their perspectives on different types of data that comes out of scientific research. So let me give you a very simplistic example of why it's good to put things in context. Right now we're looking at two figures, I hope anyway. One is a circle and one is a square, right? Well, in this particular kind of visualization, that is the case. But if you added a third visualization, sorry, I have an animated version of this, but for this purpose, we'll show it statically. The visualization of a cylinder, the object itself is C, is a cylinder. And when you look at A, that's just looking at it end on, and B is looking at it from the top down. It's only with C that you get a sense of what the actual object is you're looking at. So while it's good to isolate and to look at variables in sort of in isolation, it's also good to relate them back. The same thing happens a lot with data dashboards that I see and different types of infographics and data displays. You've got what basically amounts to a view of a circle and then a view of a square, but you don't have the connecting tissue that shows what this thing is actually looking like. Why is it important? So I'm very much in favor of thinking about data visualizations and creating science experiences that, while they can show things in particular, they also show a general story, or present a general framework from which to work. So there are many UX people in the house, it sounds like, and you know, I think as we all, just about everybody here would agree, I would think, what you visualize and what you show really depends on your audience, their needs, and so forth. That's very basic. So in the case of this example that I'm showing right now, if we just want to get to point A, from point A to point B on the subway in Manhattan, we just may need a map of the stations. Now, however, if we want to understand kind of more deeply how the subway system works, where it's located underground, we want a deeper view of it. We want something that shows the subway system in context. So there's layers upon layers of information that we can show, and depending on the need, the more information, in a sense, the better for context. And so this applies not just for transit systems, but it also applies for scientific research and scientific data visualization. So in this picture, and it was a little bit visible in that rough cut of the video, I wanted to show two different types of neuroimaging in the same screen. So there's a type of, it looks like a bunch of multicolored strings. That's the kind of imaging, MRI imaging, that shows neural tracts in the brain. But I also wanted to show the sort of location of this thing in the physical, in the head, basically. So kind of give a frame of reference for where this is. And if you saw the full video, and I'm happy to share those things after the fact, you can see there's transitions and contextual kind of cues to show you where you are as you're going through kind of looking at different types of imaging data. Let's see if I can, well, I can't really play this one, but there's this is a very simple graphic. Nick, I don't know if it would be easier not to hit play on that, but essentially it's showing how a concussion works in terms of damage in the brain. And this is a very short clip that shows how the brain kind of sloshes around in there. And it's very powerful because it shows you the possibilities of damage in surprising places where it can occur if you can sort of see things in context and actually with a bit of movement. Okay, so you know, I began this by talking about the idea of sort of inclusion or different points of view. And I think this is one of the most important places where this is true is citizen science. And I'm sure we're all seeing more and more kind of reports about these kinds of things. But people who are engaging in citizen science and using their own powers of ability, you know, perceptual abilities to analyze scientific data, which may be overwhelming the scientific researchers working on it. And actually using different points of view and simulating different experiences to give people a different point of view of looking at data. So this is one example. These are, I believe, African nightjars. To stay alive, they try to remain hidden in the jungle floors, and their color and camouflage helps to shield them. And these researchers were interested in figuring out why do people have color blindness, and if there's any evolutionary advantage to that. And that possibly by having some sort of limitations in their, or differences in the way they perceive color, that may help to talk about the coloration of these birds and their camouflage tactics. So I won't go into all of it, but there's different types of color blindness and the different types of configurations. You know, why do we have them? It's not theoretically a good thing to have, but maybe in our past it has been. And so what these researchers did was try to understand that and simulate these different, at least a couple of different types of color blindness. The other thing is that we're all very context dependent in our visual perception. And no matter how smart we are, no matter how much we know certain things, we can't really get away from our visual perception when we're looking at data, when we're looking at visualizations. I don't know if everyone can see this, but on the left and the right, there's two gray bars in the middle. And can everyone see the gradation in that middle bar there, the one on the left? if you can, that's good, but of course it doesn't exist. Those two middle bars are the same. It's the background which changes the perception of the gradient in that central bar. And I find this profoundly interesting personally, because I know this, I've shown this a million times, and yet I cannot help but see that gray bar as a gradient in the middle. And it just says that the mind is an extremely powerful tool, and we have to always think about that and work with it and visualizing. We may all be familiar with this, but there's no uniformity, the mass uniformity in how we visualize information. So it's interesting to think about the different ways people see the same thing, and we can use that not as a problem, but as an opportunity to understand even more deeply. So how that's applied in, say, a citizen science experiment is to try different types of eggs or birds that are camouflaged in the background, and then see, using different types of filters, how easy it is for people to perceive them. I think it's sort of a fun and clever way to leverage differences in perception to learn more information and to engage people who are not necessarily experts in African nightjars and other types of birds, but who enjoy looking for hidden objects in a kind of busy field. It's a fun game. So I'm a big fan of not just visualization, but basically making data more embodied, more tangible in many different ways, which includes physical actions and sort of interaction design for all the interaction designers out there. This is also, it's not the best screenshot from the video, but there's a video that shows this work being done out of UC Santa Cruz. And the idea is that it's a game in which there's a black hole, essentially, simulation at the center of the galaxy, and players of this game are able to essentially take presumably what's called a star, and roll it to the center of the galaxy. And if it gets caught in the middle or close to the event horizon of the black hole, the star gets basically destroyed by the black hole. If it's far enough away, then it survives and just may be going into a permanent orbit around the black hole. But the idea is that people are able to kind of hurl stars in the center of the galaxy in a sort of physical way, and then see what happens to the star, which I'll show one unfortunate example in the next one, of a star that gets too close to a black hole, it flies apart, or it becomes destroyed, essentially. And it's not only fun, I think, and we watch people doing the video and they enjoy themselves, but also it kind of gives people a way to think about gravity, about space, about the video arcade that is our universe, essentially. Another approach to sort of making data and scientific theories more tangible, and I thought this was a pretty fun one, is the idea of making physical objects that you can actually touch and hold. And this is what this is. So this is an example of representing a theory about how the Earth and a large body, sort of secondary planet, collided with each other to form the moon, essentially. After this large collision between the Earth and this other body, the end result was the Earth and the moon that we currently have. And what they did was, at this lab at UCSD, was to create a physical model and then shoot that and show what happens before, during, and after the collision. And you could actually pick up this model and hold it. And I think it just is another vehicle or avenue to get into our minds and think about the problem and the theory in a different way. See, there's a couple of raised hands, so Nick, whenever you let me know when if you want me to take any questions, but I'll keep going. Here's another example. This is not necessarily the most user-friendly visualization, but it's friendly enough to have enabled I think it's a car salesman, to look at these graphs. It was in conjunction with a show called Stargazing Live, which was looking for exoplanets. And the 30-second description of what that entails is looking at patterns of light from stars and seeing which ones are occluded or darkened. And that's a signal that there's an exoplanet potentially passing in front of it and blocking out the light. And these things are visualized. And and then shown to this audience and explained well enough, and the visualizations are simple enough that people who are not scientifically trained can still look at these things and find the abnormalities or the anomalies that would indicate an exoplanet. And in doing so, I think this car salesman actually is going to be in the scientific paper for helping co-discover an exoplanet. So what's great about it is it helps the scientists find what they're looking for. It also engages the public in science. So it's really a win-win. I think the best way to engage the public often is not just to explain or talk at them, but have them come in and try things out themselves and see how it works. That's exciting. Okay, the other thing about scientific visualizations and thinking about the future of scientific visualizations is not just for citizen science and infographics to explain to the general public, but also for scientists who are in different disciplines. Now, at least in my experience, even scientists in semi-related fields have a hard time understanding what their peers are doing, because at some level, the jargon, the terminology is so precise and refined that only a few people know what it is. Or the mathematics is so complicated that only a few people know what it is. So I think using visualizations that are simple enough and that draw on everybody's ability to perceive, at least at a basic level, scientific data is going to be really important. And this is not a pretty slide, but I think it's an interesting one. It came from a chapter I was working on in one of the books Nick mentioned. But basically, it's having a physicist and a biologist look at a cell, basically, or some molecular biology issue, and look at it from their perspective. And they can see similar things and different things. And by enabling visualizations and scientific communications to help them talk in the same language and see essentially the same things, but from their point of view, you're going to have better collaborations in the future. I think a lot more work needs to be done in this area. Okay, so I just talked really fast about data visualization. Now, there's a second component to that. It's not just visualizing the data, but it's also telling the stories around the data. Now, these stories don't have to have an absolute conclusion, at least a definitive conclusion. They could invite more questions, but it's really good to have that story structure to help set up the context of the visualization. So I think you saw a version of this earlier with Paige. I did my own version of it a while ago of a basic story arc for a class I'm doing on data storytelling. And basically, every version of a storytelling is always going to involve basically 3 parts. Mine, the way I would describe it, is the 3 C's of context, challenge, and conclusion. So in this case, this is a story arc for a data analysis for a large retail operation, but you get the point. The context is our profits look strong. The challenge is, but there are problems. Very simple one in this case. And then the conclusion is we did X and resolved the problem. So that seems very simple, but it's very powerful as well. We really think in stories, and I agree that Wired for Stories is a great reference. It really helps to think about the issues we're dealing with. And for example, for those who were able to see the video, the story of the 3 blind men and the elephant is a way to sort of frame the issue of looking at things in isolation versus looking at them in totality. So the story arc is simple, but there are a lot of permutations that make it much more complicated and interesting and different, but the same fundamental structure is there, and you can do different permutations to draw out certain aspects of it. There's no hard and fast rules other than the sort of the main 3-part structure. So let me show you an example of a classic, sort of iconic data story. I'm sure some of you in the audience are familiar with this. It's Charles Joseph Menard. It's a visualization of Napoleon's march into Russia in the mid-1800s. It was a tragic story, and this is basically literally an arc. If you can see on the left, this gray bar is, or this beige bar is the size of Napoleon's army when he marches into Russia, going towards the right, and the return strip is signified in the black. And you can see that the numbers severely dwindle in the march in and the march out. And the reason for that, one of the main reasons for that, as you can see in the bottom, is the temperature drop. The conditions just became so terrible that people were dying in droves, essentially. And so capturing this in this very graphical kind of way is a very classic and elegant way of telling a data story. Here's a more contemporary example. Again, we'll send the kind of live versions after the fact, but basically this is talking about gun deaths in America and showing them. And the idea here is, again, it's a story arc of a sort. Each one of those lines represents a different person and who was killed in a gun death. And the golden part of that, those arcs, those lines, is where the person was alive, and then the remainder is where they were killed. And the idea here is that lives were cut short. So it's a very interesting way to consider the sort of lost lives and opportunities of a story, of a person's life story. A couple other things I want to make sure we get to the Q&A. This could be a long discussion in its own right, but shorthand is that in visualizations, data visualizations and storytelling, there's sort of a spectrum. It's not just all infographics that you can interact with or just all pure expert level data visualizations, that there's a continuum. And especially for user experience designers, really thinking about where's the sweet spot for your users. How much control do you give them over the story that you're presenting? How much explanation do they need? How much do you want to leave it open-ended? These are all things that are not absolutes one way or the other, and they can change depending on the needs and the timing of your presentation. And I just saw this yesterday. I thought it was apropos. So apparently there was a large rock passing by the Earth today, and I saw this last night. It's maybe not the best piece of scientific visualization ever, but I thought it was sort of interesting. Talking about this marauder passing by our planet today, an auspicious day, and then comparing it to Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, of which this rock was named. And so I really enjoyed that and thought that's just because of the timing and to sort of remind ourselves that science is happening all around us, some of which can be very impactful. Hopefully this one will not be.
I don't mean to interrupt, but when you added this, of course, this came up in conversation with Seth Shostak earlier today about that grabbing headline and the massive asteroid, which it's not really that massive, is it? I mean, compared to Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, I mean, we're really not talking about a huge being.
Well,
not that The Rock is a small being by any chance, but still, I love that you brought this into it. It's great syncopation, so that's cool. Sorry, please continue.
Oh, I think I pretty much I kind of raced through that. Yeah. So I want to make sure there's plenty of room for Q&A. That's the main thing. Those were more prompts than anything else.
Sure. I love it. I think it's great, and I think apparently this asteroid is a rock, not the rock, is going to be passing by. I think there's SLU, this website. I think if you for viewers and attendees here, you can do a Google search for it. I don't have the link, but they're actually going to have a camera or a telescope taking intermittent pictures of this thing passing by very well to us, kind of slowly. But you don't have to worry about ducking or covering or anything. But you can. What's that?
Yeah, I was going to say this is not. I wouldn't endorse this necessarily as a great infographic. Scale is, as some of our colleagues out there know, scale is a very difficult thing to represent.
Very difficult, yeah.
Scale is a little bit off here, I think, and even the
it is pretty big.
Yeah, and even the units of measure is off. So we have different things going on. But it was just so perfect for today that I had to include it.
The rock. You had to. Good. And I think that kind of lightheartedness and the humor is really important when you're kind of talking about things that are very complex. There's no doubt. We got a question, and I asked James March, what is a good place to see, citizen science projects? He referenced the Wikipedia page for it, which is, fantastic. I asked him to post that up on Twitter as well, using our hashtag. So, get some answers from the Twitter universe and the community there. But is there when you want to get great examples of citizen science to share with other scientists and researchers or other UX practitioners, do you have a particular place or space where you go to look for those examples? Or
that's a great question, and I have to admit, I think a lot of mine are serendipity. I was a science journalist in my first career and ended up becoming a user experience designer because I wanted to tell stories interactively about science. So,
sure.
A lot of the places that I listen to your NPR Radio Labs and things like that, Science Friday. I listen to those programs, and I will often hear mentions about citizen science things, or I'll stumble across them.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder, that's a great question, if there is a place for, or a repository of citizen science. So if you come across it, or I'll do some looking too, I think that's
Well, I will, absolutely. And for anybody out there who's following along, throw those things either up here so we can keep them in the record, or to respond to James's post on Twitter, because I think it's great. And those examples are, they inspire people to either, continue viewing more, sharing them more, and of course, participating in citizen science. I'll tell you what, I'm in the Northern Virginia area, just outside of D.C. There will be a very large demonstration of citizen science here and around the world, actually. But the March for Science, which, hasn't really come up at all today, which is kind of the 500-pound gorilla, or elephant in this case, in the room. The March for Science is, the big one, will be here in the District of Columbia. And let me tell you, I remember being on Reddit when that thing hit and really started, and on Reddit, and then grew on Facebook and in Twitter, and all of the fans and the followers and the likes and the shares, literally within the first few hours, I would say in about 12 hours, there were more followers on those three social nets of the March for Science than there were at Donald Trump's inauguration.
Yeah. Well, I'm out, as you know, Nick, I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area, and there's one out here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's a perfect demonstration of citizen science, because not everybody in there, in fact, I would say more than half of the followers are not scientists at all. They're fans of science.
Well, and I think that, I'm trying to make the point in the video as well that basically for science to advance these days, it needs money often and public support, or at least public support, enough support, momentum, so that the Congress people and so forth are willing to back it. And to do that, you need people, in a very fundamental citizen science way, whether you're going out bird watching or whether you're just caring enough to contact your congressperson and say, I care about this issue, or I want, cancer moonshot, for example.
Yeah,
so
right.
That just being involved and engaged and paying attention is citizen science alone, even if you don't do any observations yourself necessarily.
Yeah. There is a question that's come up here that I think is kind of relevant, and let me know, how you would want to answer this. What are some of the challenges that you've resolved using data visualization? Pick one. There are a lot. I'm sure there are quite a few, but
challenges resolved. Well, there's that's a broad question. I could probably use a little narrower, but I'll say it in a broad way. And if there's a more specific question in there, then I'll answer that too.
Sure.
So I do science. I do a lot of work in science, health, life science, and also cybersecurity. In both of those areas, there's absolutely no frickin' way that a researcher is going to be able to look at all the data that's available to them and make sense of it. Let's take it science. Let's take it cybersecurity. There's hundreds, thousands of attacks, and maybe in a network, depending on the size of the network, or just anomalies. Which ones matter? Without visualization to help compress all that data, you're not going to be able to make a determination. Now, there are things like machine learning that help basically kind of weed through a lot of that stuff, but at the end of the day, there's still a boatload, several tankers full of data every day that people have to deal with in some cases. And without visualizations that visually compress it down into something they can say, well, I really care about this. There's a little flashing red light. They're going to be in trouble. We couldn't even function.
Yeah. No, that's and I think the machine learning is a critical part of it, which obviously machine learning still requires humans to be part of that programming and adding all the various logics and algorithms and the if this then that type of stuff that plugs into those things. But knowing exactly what those components are, it's still it's an immense amount of information to go through. I can't imagine the shape we would be in, or at least our cybersphere would be in, if we didn't have that data visualization to lean on and to leverage. Not even having all of the right questions. We don't even know what the perfect questions are yet, right? So we keep doing it until we can kind of learn what the new questions are, the better questions, right?
Yeah, well, there's 2 points to what you were just saying. I think there's this idea called humans in the loop, which is basically even if machine learning is doing a lot, artificial intelligence in some respects is still pretty dumb and not well understood. So by having human eyeballs, even if you're not an expert sometimes, to actually look at this thing and be able to sort of make sure that there's not making hugely dumb mistakes. You can be a junior level analyst sometimes and catch things that a super amazing ML system, artificial intelligence system couldn't figure out.
Right.
So there is that thing. The other thing is the unknown unknowns. I think human intelligence is still better at generating questions and doing the unknown unknowns. I don't think for a long time still to come, we don't want to turn over all that to robot scientists. They can do a lot of tedious exploratory work and come up with ideas and surface ideas, but I think we want to be in this loop.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, I noticed you do have a couple of slides left. Do you want to present those real quick? Because I want to be able to kind of wrap up.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see what I got. So this one, I think, is just an example of the thing I showed earlier. It's this African nightjar bird. And basically, the thing I was intrigued by this was that, when people think about color blindness, it's a problem to be solved a lot of times. I mean, I think about it like, how do you make sure your palettes are right so that you're not leaving people out? Accessibility is often overlooked. But in this case, it's actually leveraging a difference that's considered a problem and saying, well, why is this gene, why do we have this different way of seeing things among some people? There may be some evolutionary advantage to it. And so it's using that very system to say, okay, well, different sighted creatures, including humans, can maybe have different abilities to see camouflage. And then, so that's the idea of this one. But anyway, the point of this slide is that it's actually a scientific paper. The same way of talking about the exoplanet that the car salesman, I think it was able to be an author.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Through the power of visualization.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the value in the differences, the value of multiple perspectives that we don't readily recognize right away. They're hidden, and that's why the research is important. So, Hunter, I can't thank you enough for joining us, being a part and sharing here. I think that there's a great interest from the UX community that wants to help scientists build great science experiences. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as we continue to go on. We're just going to wrap it up here in about 15, 20 minutes or so, but just thank you very much.
My pleasure.
I hope that we see more of you here in our CoLabs. I think there's definitely some interest in developing a curriculum available to scientists and research groups that want to learn more about data visualization and user experience design. We'll research that opportunity and hopefully build on that, because I couldn't imagine doing it with somebody else. So thank you very much, Hunter.
Thank you.
And absolutely. Take care.
All right, you too. Thanks, everybody.
So want to appreciate or want to thank everybody, and that I appreciate very much everybody staying on. We're running just a little bit late. I wanted to just kind of wrap up with just a few slides, and don't want to make it, obviously all about slides. But in order to help me out, I wanted to bring on a good friend of mine named Dan Agan. He is the co-founder at NinjaComms. Mentioned him earlier before. They are a contributing partner. We are business partners in a few different areas. So Dan, I am moving you into the loop, and you can chime in when you get the chance. No rush. Dan has been leading a program supporting the National Science Foundation and the American Association of Community Colleges in the Community College Innovation Program. They have a boot camp. Once that kind of a competition, and once you have entered or been approved in that competition, you go through a boot camp, which is a week-long, fantastic learning program, taking these students from community college and bringing their science project or their research into the enterprise. There's a great deal of design thinking and a great deal of systems thinking. I presented last year on designing your identity for scientists and researchers, and I'll be back again. I'll be back again this year. I'm on. Dan, you there?
I'm here.
Nice. And so I'm going to be presenting again, and they expanded my workshop. So we're going to actually be designing identity live in that boot camp. I don't know if anyone's ever done that before, but this is, going from soup to nuts on brand and identity and logo and that whole system live. So that'll be exciting. That'll be fun. And how many people are in that boot camp usually? There are like 10 teams, but how many people?
Well, each team typically brings 4 to 6 people plus a faculty mentor plus an industry partner.
Right. It was a really cool program, and last year was my first year to do it, and it was a lot of fun. And some of the response that I got back from some of the participants there, really, it was very rewarding to get their comments. And it's just why we do it, why I do it. So it's very cool. But I wanted Dan to kind of join into this conversation, because these are conversations that Dan and I have an awful lot, and quite often, as we want to be able to bring this information to scientists and researchers in the various groups and institutions where they are. That kind of recapping a lot of what we've talked about, that a science experience is science communication that really doesn't need to use the word science when it communicates. That there is an experiential difference from interacting with information in so many different forms when it's the research story told in many different channels, that the story itself just becomes amplified, whether it's a group conversation and presentation, if it's a great website design, if it's augmented or virtual reality experiences, is really a tremendous opportunity for science and research to be shared with the public in a place where they are craving this kind of interaction. Obviously, podcasts and data visualization. There's, video, motion graphics, and presentations of all kinds. All of these channels that have an incredible opportunity to amplify your research story. And Dan, you and I talk a lot about, reach and what I call a crowd science, where you have, a group of people gathered, for one reason or another, but they still, there is this strand, there's this thread of shared interest and identity and how people collect based on how they self-identify.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I love about, first of all, this first CoLab, and secondly, thank you, Nick, for putting all of this together.
Oh, sure.
It's been very informative. Is this notion of creating fans.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think about it, fans are communities of interest.
Yes.
And so how do you tap into and stimulate and provoke communities of interest around science, even if it is vicariously experiential?
Right.
So that to me is this idea of crowd science and tapping into perhaps even hidden passions so that people begin to share and exude their interest and their passion, and that is very contagious.
No, you're right, and I don't want to necessarily. Contagious is the perfect word, and I don't want it to necessarily seem like patient zero contagious. But when you look at this particular group, I think this is at a NASA launch actually. And what's interesting is there are all different types of people here. Some obviously have badges on, security badges or an employee badges. So you know that they are NASA employees, or if this is Goddard or some other place, that they are maybe family of employees. But look, they all obviously have an interest of what's going up. But there's something very unique that's happening at the same time. Everybody's, taking their pictures. This is an older photograph, obviously, because there aren't as many smartphones, if you notice that. The hidden data in the picture, of course. But there's one other aspect. There's very important. This is who you're trying to reach in that communication. Because in this group of everybody looking up, these two people are doing something different. They're still looking up, perhaps, but then there's something else that's going on here. There is what we start to look at in crowd science as this private messaging within trusted groups. This idea of engagement, or at this point, it's really just kind of sharing. To either learn something from that other person, or teach, or to maybe even enlighten or discover something. So how do you poke that group, Dan, to get just this one little conversation going?
Well, I mean, first of all, and it goes back to what you said on the other slide, which is people do things for their reasons, not ours. We can talk about what we're passionate about as long as the day goes, but unless it resonates with either a self-interest or a self-identity, then people really don't embrace it.
Yeah. And
so the first thing is to make it relevant, and you make it relevant by making it matter to people. And one of the things I found very interesting in what Seth said earlier is there's this disconnect, and I think that disconnect begins with a very simple question. When someone asks a scientist, what do you do? Frequently they tell them.
Yeah,
right. And the difference is to start by saying how society benefits.
Mm.
And so to say, what do you do if you're a climate scientist, to say, what do you do, instead of talking about how you study sea level rise or coral bleaching, whatever the case may be, to say, I'm making the world better by doing this.
Yes.
Yeah. And so you tap into their desire for a better world, and that's where the sharing begins.
Correct. And then from that, there becomes this, as you start to look as that circle, maybe that conversation gets a little louder, or the content itself is becoming a bit more strategic, that the people around them in social media is a perfect example of, you see that somebody in your community, in your list of friends, is looking or sharing or commenting or reacting on somebody else's post. That starts to grow that engagement. You might, look at whatever that post was, or if could be an email, it could be a phone call. There's a little bit more, hopefully, of course, nobody's engaging on your phone conversation except for you and that person. But in a public forum, like social media especially, that engagement circle starts to grow a little bit. And again, the volume and the velocity in which it's growing has an awful lot to do with the content, the story, the distribution channel, and how many more people are engaging with it. So there's a gravity to it, certainly. But it's that next step of adoption where more people sharing and engaging, and then following, like you're talking fans, right? Because fans equal funds, right? So the adoption and the followers. Is there something that really pushes or tips that from engaging to adoption? Is it something? Where does it become a habit? Where does that individual want to engage over time and adopt that kind of communication?
Well, it all boils down to the resonance and the relevance it has to them personally.
Right.
And, it sounds overly callous, but I care about what I care about.
Right. Everybody, and that's very much human nature. I think,
absolutely,
right?
absolutely right. And so, and that can change in a heartbeat. You may never have had an interest or paid any particular attention to autism until you have an autistic child.
Correct.
And so, or someone or someone you love.
Right.
And so, or is diagnosed with Alzheimer's. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Yeah.
The point being that it tips into adoption and ongoing commitment to perpetrating and promoting this viewpoint, this passion for a subject matter, when it becomes intrinsically personal.
Yes, absolutely. And like we talked about, that self-identification, that this story, that this idea, this research, this science, I identify with it. It is either who I want to be, or who I am, or who I aspire to,
or who I want to be like,
and again, very human nature, and to want to evangelize that. One thing I do want to note is that this isn't always a linear path. This is a progression of growth as it happens, but sometimes you may not necessarily get right to that evangelizing crowd. You might get to adoption, and then over time, if you're not developing or communicating as often or with greater frequency, sometimes that crowd science of yours kind of shrinks a little bit, but there's always an opportunity to kind of keep building upon it. And that evangelizing is really kind of that spreading the word. It's, marketers and advertisers call it, word of mouth marketing, which is far more powerful than any paid advertising, because it's, again, like in social media, if your friend likes something, it starts to encroach upon your communication, or it enters and becomes a part of your communication. And that's what we mean when we talk about reach. It's not just impressions. I mean, it's here's what you have available. This entire group. Some are going to start sharing immediately. Some, will eventually grow to engage and adopt and evangelize you. But understand the importance of your reach, because the more impressions you have, and again, over time as this develops, it's not overnight, but it increases that probability of action in that community in your science communication.
Absolutely. And to not to put too personal a note on it, but I'm a perfect example. 10 years ago, I was a PR, advertising, marketing, software wonk, and maybe some television thrown in there.
Yes.
But then I was engaged by the National Science Foundation to counsel them on strategic communication. And all of a sudden, I found some things that really interested me that scientists around the country were doing. And so I began to talk about that with my family and then others that I'm around. And the more I talked about it, the more engaged I got. The more engaged I got, the more I became increasingly passionate about the importance and the value and the significance of not just science, not just basic scientific research, but the scientific enterprise.
Yes.
And now I'm probably among the geekiest evangelists on the planet for getting out and telling the science story.
Yeah.
And that's my personal journey, and I don't think I'm that different from most people.
I think that you certainly have your nuances, Dan. Don't sell yourself short. But I would totally agree that I think this is natural. Look, when something like March for Science goes viral, when this particular CoLab had its tipping point yesterday in the user experience professionals group on LinkedIn, that audience is out there. There is a tremendous, active, exciting, an audience of non-experts that believe that science is important. They just want to interact with science in a way that they feel they're important to science and to research. Research creates an amazing story, and it never ends. I mean, a story is great, but an open-ended narrative where you can follow a research group over time, maybe it's a reality TV, it's episodic, but to get that kind of an understanding of the story, you follow it over time. It's the same thing that if you're watching Game of Thrones or Walking Dead or any of these programs where you see this community grow and what they discover and what they learn and how the story unfolds, there's no difference. There really isn't.
And I've had the great and wonderful privilege of being exposed to things that most, I would say, non-experts have never been exposed to. I've worked with now some 6,000 amazing scientists who are doing amazing things, and it hurts me that their stories are not better known.
Yeah. Because of the difference that they could be making with that research if a large, immense, active, energized crowd could support the work that they're doing.
Yeah.
There is a cure. There is a vaccine. There is technology that is just waiting to be discovered and released that isn't because it lacks funding. And it's the story that it applies to just about everything. But here's a great question from Jim March. What is the difference between science and advertising? Let me tell you, Jim, that's a whole nother CoLab that we could totally spend, an easy hour on. But that's a fantastic question because there is obviously discovery and research involved with both. And I guess maybe one is for the enterprise and one is still discovering its place, I guess, in the enterprise. As science, technology, not a problem. We found the enterprise market for technology. We're in it. But for the science as the enterprise, science is the new startup. It has its investors, it has its audience, and it's doing its product research. But it's still, I think, early, right? Would you agree?
I agree with you. I mean, in the world of entrepreneurship and innovation, there's a very important step called customer discovery.
Yes.
And if you've followed Steve Blank in the business model canvas and the lean startup idea and all of that, customer discovery is like step one.
Mm-hmm.
And we're very much, I think, now discovering that for years we've been able to invest in product development, but we haven't done very much in the way of customer discovery.
Right.
And so, yeah, it is the new startup, and it is putting its feet under itself. And for me, the difference between advertising and science is science at this stage, and I think going into the future, is not an attempt to push something onto the public, but rather to create pull on the part of the public as something extremely desirable and essential to the future, not just of this country, but of the globe.
Yeah, absolutely. I try to tell people whenever possible regarding climate science and climate change, this isn't necessarily about Earth. Earth will be fine. This is about us, right? There is a tremendous amount of gravity in that story about us, and it makes for fantastic storytelling, and storytelling for effect. So for those of you in science communication or hoping to get into science communication and just start, storytelling for effect, these bullets, I could probably make a list of 20 more, couldn't you, Dan?
Oh, yeah.
but the basics, make it human. Find a way to attach that data to make a human connection, understand what that audience is going to be, of course. But don't be afraid to get emotional. I've been playing some of these pieces from Momondo at the very beginning of this collab, and then I played one during the break. They're incredibly emotional pieces. For those of you who aren't aware, Momondo is like Kayak over in Europe online. It's like an online travel agency and helping you put together travels and trips. So their marketing effort was to encourage people to discover their origins through, DNA testing to find out what their origins are, and then have a competition, or not a competition, but a contest in order for them to go out and see where they are from the world. But what a fantastic science story those are. Those science experiences, there are a lot of tears, even watching it. I still get chills, and I'm moved by just how absolutely human that story is. Understand that you have to connect to reflect, and that again is the idea of that self-identification that your audience has. They want to be you, they want to be like you, or like your science, or even understand your science, but you have to connect with them first in order for your audience to reach that. And be very visual, because as humans, that's kind of how we learn. Not just stories as we're being told stories, we're creating pictures in our head, and it becomes very, very personal when we do that. But there is also a great opportunity for design in all of its forms to support science and the data and the results and the research, whether it be motion graphics or video or infographics. So whenever possible, be visual and promote action. Ask for something. There's nothing wrong with that. Whether it be, donate and support, or donate time, or volunteer, or could you, share a post or something with your friends, like us, promote some action. It's important to ask for something in return. There's nothing wrong with that. It's happening everywhere else in the public's lives, and I think it's a missed opportunity if science and research groups don't ask for some form of action.
We call that call to action.
We do, yeah.
And I would say that even when you're first starting out, it's okay if your call to action is simply to ask for a change in attitude or some form of intellectual support.
Sure.
In other words, I hope you agree now.
Yeah.
That we need to do this,
Absolutely.
or that this is important.
Yeah, that is the most common left out aspect in storytelling for effect, is not asking for something, right? Asking for some help or to do something, some call to action. Dan, I know you got to take off, so I'll let you drop off as you need to, but otherwise certainly stay on. I just want to wrap up real quickly in some other little points. One of my favorites, Miles Davis, American composer and jazz musician, once said, "Don't play what's there, play what's not there." That the music on the page isn't all that's there. There's so much more in between the bars, in between the notes that we haven't found yet. It just requires the desire to search for it. And that's what research does. We're not trying to play what's there. We're trying to play what's not there. And I've said it before a few times today. This came from Christopher Joyce, the science correspondent at National Public Radio. He was recently at the AAAS, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, their annual meeting, where he said, don't just share your data, share your awe, because that is how people are going to connect with your science and your research and follow your science and your research. And early on, as I was researching with various friends and colleagues the idea of developing a creative agency for science, I got to meet a lot of great people. I met Walt Mossberg. I met Megan Smith, who's the U.S. Chief Technology Officer. She was a special advisor to President Obama from 2014 to 2017. She was also the vice president of technology, I believe, at Google X. And I was at a conference a few friends of mine were putting on, and just before I was about to leave, they were going to do the final keynote, which was going to be Megan Smith. So I'm literally heading to go get my coat. This was probably 2 years ago, to go get my coat, and I passed by my friend Frank Taylor. If you're listening, I cannot thank you enough for this moment, because he said, Nick, before you go, come here for a second. And I went over to him, and there's kind of a small crowd of people standing there outside of the conference room, and it was Megan Smith. And Frank introduced me to Megan Smith, and we shook hands, introduced ourselves, and Frank said, tell her what you're doing. And I said, I'm building a creative agency for science. Her eyes got really wide, and everybody around us stopped talking and was looking at me, and it was a little shaky, right? And she goes, that sounds fantastic. What is that? So I had this opportunity to kind of explain to her what I'm learning, what I'm discovering about how, a creative agency could support scientists and research groups. And I was, obviously going through the research of finding out who are my clients. It's that same question of kind of, follow, the budgets I could do it and those kind of things. And she said, those are all great points. You are absolutely on the right path. But my advice to you is just start, because you won't learn anything until you do. And you could have bowled me over with a feather. And because that was the best piece of advice that I've been given, and the best piece of advice that I can share with everybody here, to just start, because you won't learn anything until you do. I want to thank the SETI Institute again for being so helpful and contributing Seth Shostak to our group. Thank you, Seth. Thank you to all of our contributors and presenters. Thank you, Dan Agan at Ninja Communications. Thank you very much, Gemma Milne. Great support at Science Disrupt. There are a number of other people, too many to name, that I want to thank, but everybody that joined today, I'm grateful. All of us here at Spacetime Labs will be working very hard to create more opportunities of learning, sharing conversations in these collabs, and hope that you'll help us grow and teach us what it is you want to learn. So again, thank you very much. You will eventually be getting some material handouts that I'm going to go ahead and share some of these out now. We'll follow up with many of you for presentations that were delivered today. You can probably, we'll put those up on our website so you can get them. Stay in touch with us at SpacetimeLabs.co. We'll be in touch, and we'll let you know when we have the next one. Thanks again, everybody. Have a fantastic day and a fantastic week.